All right, that was a shitty intro. Got that all screwed up. Try to make it as seamless, fun as possible. I jacked that one up. Anyway, check that off the list. Welcome out, everybody. Yes, what's your question? Number yin yang, number 69. Number 69. What's your question, number 69? Welcome out on this great Saturday, on the Sabbath day, according to the Jewish traditions. Gonna move right, maybe move right into Sunday. We'll see. It's 8:30 here on Eastern Standard Time. I am on Eastern Standard Time, so I don't know if I'm gonna go over 4 hours, but let's see how we kind of go with this whole thing. And ladies and gentlemen, we've got a jam-packed, gem-filled show for you, ladies and gentlemen. Today being the 8 of Hearts day. Take a little trip. Big shout out to Still Corners, the song that was playing in the beginning. It's called The Trip. The 8 of Hearts. This is the Spirited to Matter card. Going on a little trip. 2 tickets to paradise. As Eddie Money would sing. 2 tickets to paradise. A little bit of health and wellness, ladies and gentlemen. I got my 3rd bottle, my 3rd liter of watermelon juice. Watermelon puree, actually. I just cut it up, throw it in the blender, and this is what it comes out to. And it's, it's a little thick, but this has been a game changer in my life, for sure. I haven't eaten today. It's 8:30 p.m. That's all I've done. Just this. I'll be eating after this. I usually have like 1, maybe 2 meals a day. I've been doing that. It's been awesome, It's been really, really awesome. So how's everybody doing out there today in the decoding world? A lot of things going on, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of big things. Tonight's episode, I'll be showing a sneak peek of my upcoming 138. This will be a live event. I decided to go live with 138. 138 live. It will be on Tuesday, November 28th at 8:31. Of course, 8:31 is a permutation of the 138. See how you can become consciously aware of the code? 8:31 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to be going live with the 138. And what I'm going to show you are the numbers that are tied to the 138. And big shout out to Jason from Archaics. I love his mind. But I have something that I will disagree with on him and his research. And that is the date for the Phoenix event. I don't have it pegged at 2040. My dates, years anyway, are going to be 2 different ones. It will either be 2039 or 2038, 2038 or 2042. I do not have the 2040 pegged. I will be showing you with my system, mathematical system here, with pi and phi, which I know he uses. I know he'll be interested in this, right? But again, I'm not here to prove him wrong. That's not my style. I really, really love that guy. I appreciate that guy. But as I dove into the 138 and I started to use these mathematical equations, started to tie into the golden ratio and the sequence of pi, the 3.144, it became pretty evident that 2040 kind of sandwiched in the middle, and the 2 other dates were 2038 and 2042. So I'm going to be showing those in the live. So if you can make it, I hope you can make it, live on Tuesday, November 28th. Okay. It's going to be a fun one, boy. We are 138 misfits. What does that mean? All right, so thanks everybody for joining in. I really, really appreciate it. I hope you were able to catch the Let's Talk Tarot number 4 just the other day. That was a lot of fun. As you can see on the side of each wall of this amazing theater, there are some tarot cards. We have the Sun and the Star card. We have the Five of Pentacles, which is the game of life. And on the opposite end, we see these are all opposites, these cards, kind of in a way, right? The Sun being the star, the Five of Pentacles, which is the shit show. The opposite end would be the Nine of Pentacles, the Nine of Diamonds, where you get to be the superstar. And then on the first row, you have the Wheel of Fortune. The opposite, you get to be the Emperor. Capricorn, Cancer. Okay? I love synchronizing things because it's just really kind of what it's all about, in my opinion. Big shout out to my moderators, Stephen and Pamela. What's up, ladies and, I can't even talk to ladies and gentlemen, Pamela and Stephen. Part of the show here. Pamela, I don't know how you even, like, Pamela's like everywhere, all over the place. I don't think she sleeps. I don't think she sleeps. So big announcement I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen. I will be traveling. Finally, I will be leaving Mexico next week. I will be gone for 2 months. I'm going to be going to the amazing country of Colombia. I'll be in Colombia for 2 months. So I'll be doing some live broadcasts from the place I'll be staying at in Colombia. So I'm pretty stoked about that. And I'm probably going to be doing a green box detox in the interim between now and the end of January. While I'm in Colombia, we're going to be doing a green box detox. If you have access, and I'm going to probably tailor it around watermelon. So if you have access to water, like, this is so easy to detox when you have watermelon, man. I'm telling you, it's so easy to detox if you got watermelon. It really, really is. All right, so Colombia's on the horizon. Various reasons why I chose that area to go to, but yeah, 2 months I'm going there, and I will not be skipping a beat. Big shout out to all you Patreons. Those of you that have subscribed to the Patreon have gotten, limited material that you're not going to get on the public YouTube. Thank you so very much for supporting this great research. Trust me, there will not be any beats being skipped on the Patreon. I will be continually pumping out high-level content that just continues to get better and better for all the Patreons. Doesn't matter where I'm at in the world. I will assure you, you will still get amazing content. I will be, like I said, I'll be doing lives there. I don't even know what to expect because I haven't been to that part of the world. So it's pretty interesting. It's 11 degrees where I'm going to be going. It's 11 degrees north of the equator. 11 degrees north, 74 degrees west where I'm going. I'm going to a city called Barranquilla, Colombia. And I'm pretty jazzed about going there. So anyway, nothing to hide, right? Whatever, because everybody's listening everywhere. So, snow, man, you, ladies and gentlemen, if you're in snow, you can have it. I had my fair share of snow for many, many, many years. Growing up as a kid in Connecticut, did all that garbage. I say garbage because I'm not a snow fan at all. Okay. So I have my second monitors are out, so I just have right here. I'm going to be looking right here for all your comments coming in. Let's check out some of your comments. Ryan says it's snowing in Nebraska. It's so pretty. Yeah, if you're indoors. So Ryan, you know what? If you think it's so pretty, bro, take off all your clothes and run outside. Stay out there for a couple hours and tell me how pretty it is. See, I can do that in Mexico. I can take off all my clothes. I'm being very, obviously, very aggressive here. I can go out here and go run wild in the streets, go to the beach, and not have to worry about it. You can't do that in Nebraska. JF says, my wife is Colombian. Cool. Maybe I'll meet my future. I'm not even marriage, forget it, but maybe a Colombian woman is in the works for me. Who knows? I'm open for anything and everything, ladies and gentlemen. All right. What's up, Bridget? Since you have all the exclamation points. Jack of Hearts. What's up, Jack of Hearts? Free balling, yeah. No Bogota, man. Just Barranquilla. No Bogota. No. So reading your comments, ladies and gentlemen. Blue Kachina says, this whole realm is amazing. And I totally agree with you. This reality is totally amazing. I mean, if you got this kind of coding, you could say it. If you could say that this whole realm is amazing, well, I'm right there with you. There was a point in time in my life that I would probably say, well, I would probably debate you on that. But now, you know, along the journey, I found all these voices, you know, like big Alan Watts fan, Werner Erhard fan, Jim Rohn fan, Anthony Robbins fan, Bob Proctor fan, Earl Nightingale fan, you know, like all these voices that I get to listen to and influenced by. And now I am a product of that. And here I am, right? And these people have really helped me along my journey. How about you? You know, as somebody who navigates through this game of life, what are some of the big names that have influenced you in your journey? You know, like I did a big personal development. Like there was one point in my life when I was living in Los Angeles. I was trying to restart my life over. This is when I got indicted. You know, I was in San Francisco. Most of you know that I went to prison I did a 2-year, 24-month stint, federal prison. And when I was in San Francisco and I got indicted, I decided to leave San Francisco and move back to LA to get a fresh start. And when I did that in 2009, I really kind of started with The Secret, Rhonda Burns. When I got indicted, when I lost my job, when I lost my fiance, I mean, my whole world crumbled. One of those kind of elements. And it was a tower moment for me, a plutonium, a Shiva moment for me. And then I moved back to LA, but it was so monumental because it was during that time when I started to create and the phoenix rose from the ashes. And so I got all these phoenixes tattooed on my arms long before I even knew, you know, Jason Bashir's and the Phoenix and all that kind of stuff. But I got in this personal development thing for a long time. And then I got involved with Bob Proctor. And when I was living in Los Angeles, I did a lot of driving. And as I was driving, I turned off the radio. I turned off the telly. I turned Born Rich from Bob Proctor. I turned it into MP3s. And that's all I would do is drive and listen to Bob Proctor. This is where, like, you know, you have this heavy traffic in Los Angeles. Well, I didn't mind. I made lemonade out of that. I literally I was like a Bob Proctor caddy doll. And that guy, he 10 of freaking diamonds, that dude. Bob Proctor, 10 of, this is his birth card. Predestined, of course. When you know, this card has the ability to be fortunate blessings. Prince, Michael Jackson, Tom Brady, Ten of Diamonds, right? Bob Proctor. So the guy incarnates and he becomes this voice, helps so many people. And I went on this long journey with Bob Proctor, and I'm so grateful for that guy's existence. He's passed on now, but his words of wisdom have always stayed with me. And I love that guy. So if you're somebody who, listen, here's a gift from Bob Proctor through me to you. If you are struggling financially, even if you're not struggling financially, if you're not where you want to be financially, like if you feel like there's room to go up, like you want to make millions of dollars, which some of you have the ability to do, some of you incarnated to freaking experience millions of dollars a year. If you feel like you want to be at that layer of life and you're not there right now, how do you maybe fast track that layer of your life? Well, there are certain protocols that can be taken into place. And then people would say, well, if it's predestined, then why would you? Folks, because you're hearing the message right now. Predestined, you're hearing the message. Go watch Born Rich. It's free on YouTube. Go watch Born Rich. Man, you see, the thing about it is, though, is most people will just watch it once and they'll be like, because it's like their bowling or their movies or their girlfriend and sex gets in the way, and that's more important than their money and what they really want to do. Yeah, screwing is more important than your livelihood and what you're kind of destined to be and what you're destined to do. Getting your noodle wet, right? That's probably more important. I get it, though. Trust me, I get it. I'm just trying to be funny here. But, folks, some of you really incarnated to experience money. It's totally fine. But life gets in the way, and then next thing you know, you're like, well, it didn't work for me. Yeah, because you were too busy screwing. Or you were too busy trying to have a kid. Or you were too busy with your habitual things. You were too committed to your excuses versus what you really wanted in your life. So if you really want to fast track this whole thing, start to focus on personal development. You know, I'm a huge fan of landmarkworldwide.com. I don't get nothing from this company, but ladies and gentlemen, if I was in your shit, if you're down, if you're riding the wave down and you're like, hey, I could really use a reboot. I could really use a lobotomy. I could really use a reset in my life. If you're there right now, then wouldn't you want to take into consideration something that can get you out of that position? I would hope so. So there are things you can do. Like I said, for a long stint of my life, I got indicted, and that was my punch in the face. Folks, if you've never gotten indicted knowing you're going to face prison time, if you've never been there, it's you can't say, yeah, I know what you mean. No, you don't know. You got to do that. It's a game changer, right? Until you get punched in the face, man, you don't know what it feels like to get punched in the face. Yeah, I know what it means to get punched in the face. No, you don't, unless you get socked into the face. So, if life kind of punches you in the face, like if you're at that stage of your life and you want to make some shifts in your life, well, there are protocols, and I'm just passing them on, right? Just paying it forward. And some of the things that have helped me in my life, number one, Bob Proctor and Born Rich. Number two, Landmark Worldwide, which is a company that is worldwide. And you can go to a seminar, and I would highly suggest that you do not take their course online. You actually go in person. I've done the course 4 times. That's how good it is. I want to go back and do it again. So if you want to fast track your finances, if you want to move forward, if you want to get a jump on things, maybe consider what I'm talking to you about. Maybe dedicate your life a little bit about more to this than to that. Like your show that you just got to watch. Like all my shows on, all my football games on. Like if you could dedicate your life to shifting that into some personal development, you'd have some monumental movements in your life, and you'd be able to fast track this reality for you and still trying to, and get you on a layer of leveling up. Right? I wish I could I don't want to say the word coach. I did say coach. I wish I could really help everybody out here. I really, really do. Like individually. Because you know what, really, folks, you know what it is? It's like if I could take your life, if I could sit down with you one-on-one and lay out all your habits, there lies your challenges. It's all in your habits. That's it. It's all in your habitual practices. And then make the adjustments from there. And then start to take out things, insert things. Your life would take off like a rocket. But see, a lot of you don't have the discipline. You don't have the willpower. You need somebody to coach you. It's just the way it is. All right, let's get into some of these questions. Let's start off with Ashbay. Ashbay says, is it true that not having kids makes us not reincarnate? Well, this is something that big shout out to Roland. Roland from LA, big shout out to him. He's a great decoder. He had kind of I think it's the first, I've given him a shout out because that's the first time I kind of heard it. And he had said that, maybe this is his theory, but in order to leave this reality, you can't have kids. You can't leave an offspring behind. Now, I know some of you instantly and automatic, the voice in your head's like, now screw that, because you got kids. I'm not saying it's true. It's a possibility. It may be true, but I don't know. I can't prove it. So it's an option. It's a possibility. Okay? But it is something on the table that we have to take into consideration. See, I personally really resonated with it because I don't have kids. Now, it doesn't mean it's true. But then I started to look at the really close friends of mine. They don't have kids. I was like, okay, well, something, maybe, I don't know. But I'm not going to lean on that and say, yes, that's a definitive. I would never do that. I'm just all about the possibilities. Possibilities without support, without being able to prove it. It is an option that may have merit. That's all I can say on that. Bot Fantasies, interesting avatar, asks the question, if life is a movie and we're all actors and actresses, is it possible to go off script and defy one's destiny? Let me get to that question. I've been trying to do that. I've been trying to go off script, and guess how it's turned out? Not so good. My life continues to be scripted. I think that the most important thing to do, ladies and gentlemen, is to figure out what the hell you're doing here. What your strengths and weaknesses are. Most of you here, I would say the majority of you here, you don't know what your code is. You don't. Yeah, okay, you got your, my sun rising, and I'm just being funny, right? I'm just being kind of an ass here. I'm being funny. This is my humor. You got your rising sign. Yeah, I know what my rising sign is. I know what my sun, I know where my moon's at. Yeah, okay, great. What about your human design? What about your personality types? What about your Enneagram? What about your Mayan astrology? What about your life path, your heart's desire, your soul urge? What about your cards? What about your tarot cards? What about your placements in the golden ratio and the sine and cosine waves? What about all those measurements? So do you really know yourself? I would probably say that a lot of you would be like, wah, wah, wah. You wouldn't be able to check those things off the box. So take my humor, take my ridiculous humor here, and use it to your benefit to say, hey, I'm going to go decode myself. That's what I'm going to go do. And this, to me, has been a game changer because it's like, I've used the illustration of like, you know, those of you that have cars, you have owner's manuals in the glove, majority of them, you have owner's manuals in the glove box. That's how the car operates. You'll refer to that if you have an issue with the car. Where's your owner's manual? Well, you think it's any different? When you buy I just bought a new pair of, I bought a new pair of earbuds, right? Comes in a little case. Well, guess what was in the box? An owner's manual. How about that? Why? Tells you how to use them. Even the tarot cards, like I'm using this deck. I'm using the Rider-Waite. This is the deck I'm primarily using. It's called the Radiant deck. Comes in a little tin case, and they're the size of playing cards. I like these. They're not too big, right? Even they have an owner's manual in the box. So where's your owner's manual as a human being? Did you get one? High school didn't give you one. Grade school didn't give you one. And your parents certainly didn't give you one. Of course, they programmed you. But you see, the challenge is your parents or your grandparents, whoever raised you, see, doing the best they could, they were raising you from their code. How they were programmed. And it's just all like whispered, like, don't do this, don't do that. It's all just like layer after layer after layer of programming that isn't your programming. So when I do readings for people, especially, there's a lot of like, hey, this is your true code right here. Like, this is what you really came here to do, you know. Are you going to do that, or are you going to go back to your old habits? Like, it's totally fine. I don't live in your life. I don't live in your shoes. Or do you feel like it's time for you to level up? Are you ready to level up in your life? Okay? That's the most important. And if you got kids, what do? The most important thing, like if I was a dad, if I was a mom, I would be decoding my kids all the time. All the time. Because as I have said, and I will continue to say like a broken record, your kid could save the world one day. Somebody's got to do it. Why not your kid? Why not you? You know, why not you? So, it's time, ladies and gentlemen, to release, to level up, to become what you came here to be. There is no good or bad. Those are silly adjectives that we have used to describe the noun or the subject of what it means to be a human being. The I am. I am doesn't have a good or bad attached to it. It's just I am. That's it. I am what? I am good. I am bad. I am evil. I am peace. I am this. It's the I am. It's you. So in your most raw form, folks, you are everything. You have the ability to create whatever it is that you want, but the requisite says you're doing it based upon your code. And you start with the cards, astrology, numerology, et cetera, et cetera. Okay? All right. So RM says, it's hard to take responsibility for you being the sole person in control of everything that is going on in your experience. Well, if you say so. A lot of you are making these comments, and I say, like, these are the magic spells you're speaking. So if you say it's hard, it's going to be hard. People say, should I go on vacation? Do you want to go on vacation? It's really hard when people are always coming at. Don't respond. Don't react. So if it's hard, if you say it's hard to take responsibility for be the sole person, then it's going to be hard for you. That's the way I look at it. Those to me are excuses. Now I'm being an ass here, right? I'm being very raw and visceral. Those are excuses for you not to own your space. So you were put into that position. You should be owning that. Like, how about how amazing it is to be somebody who is in a position of that kind of power, to have that kind of responsibility. Somebody's got to do it. Somebody right now is taking that responsibility of being in control of everything, and they're crushing life. Right now, somebody's crushing it in the same position. They're not saying it's hard or it sucks. No, they're saying it's amazing to have all this responsibility and I'm crushing it. Some people are doing that. So you have the ability to do that. But if you think it's hard and challenging and you continue to speak these magic spells, well, I mean, what do you think you're going to get? What's up, Bobby? Are you really high? Bobby says, I am high. Are you taking a little bit of cannabis? Let's get to some of these questions here. Bot fantasies. What would you put more weight in? The result of persons decoding through their methodology or profound innate feeling that person? So let me just I said it really fast. Bot fantasies asked the question, what would you put more emphasis on? He said more weight on. The number one, would you put more emphasis on the results of the decoding of someone through the methodology that I use? Or number two, the innate feeling that a person has to what their destiny is? And the answer would be whatever you end up making as your decision. See, as a practitioner, as somebody who's a fan of astrology, numerology, yada, 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 that's what I use as the foundation. Then you have all these other layers on top of that. You have intuition. Then you get into the human design, and the human design is going to tell you maybe your sacral is in control, maybe your roots in control, maybe your emotions are in control, right? That's what's going to drive you. There are so many different facets of what it means to be a human being. So I couldn't give you the answer on that, but I would say that the foundation would be whatever the foundation is for you as a human being. So some of you that use your intuition, if that's your foundation that drives you, then why would you ever why would you go against that? See, some of you, I know, some of you say my intuition's really, really high, but you don't trust it all the time. There are some times when you say you go against it. Maybe, just maybe, ladies and gentlemen, when you go against what you feel is your foundation, when you go against it, then it's like, what, dude, what's your problem, man? Why don't you trust me? I mean, if it could talk back to you, be like, hey, hello, I gave you the answer and you went against me. But when you trust it, it starts to trust you. And maybe, just maybe at that point in time, it starts to mesh with your energy, and then it delivers to you truth that's unparalleled in your life. I use the mystical arts, I use astrology, tarot cards, etc. as the foundation, because it's kind of like I'll use the aspects of a car, right? A car. Well, a car, foundationally, if you have a car, like if you have a Porsche Turbo, you know it's pretty fast, right? So you know if you romp on the gas and you drop it into second or third and you hammer that gas, that turbo is going to kick in. That Porsche is going to do foundationally what it's going to do, which is the turbo is going to kick in and it's going to get up and go. But then they have these cars that pick up the way you drive, right? They pick up the way you drive. They become smart. And then there's this bolt-on of this right here, and that would get into intuition, et cetera, et cetera. But the foundation of the car, the wheels turn, the engine moves, the steering wheel turns the car. That's the foundation of the car. That to me correlates to the astrology, numerology, etc. Then you're going to get into the other layers of, you know, how the car handles and responds, how you know the car handles and responds. And that you're going to get into the external, the secondary layers. Maybe they're the primary layers, which is intuition, how your emotions run you, etc., etc. See, folks, the easiest way that I can tell you this, and this is something to think about, right? And I'm going to lay out this foundation. Something that you think, and I'm not asking you to agree with me on this. All right? Just consider what I'm telling you as a possibility. Not everybody that incarnates into a human being, an avatar, incarnates and has the same focal point as you do. Not everybody incarnates to be the good guy, the good girl. Not everybody incarnates to be the superhero. Not everybody incarnates to be the light worker. So if we have that as a foundation, if you can kind of somewhat think about these concepts, because if you think that everybody incarnates for the same reasons you do, whereas like, oh yeah, they have the same visions as I do and they want to build the same, folks, life would be boring. So you don't have an incarnation process of people doing the same things as you want to do. There is a variation of that. So if you're somebody who incarnates to be the villain, I'm going to use that because that's what most people despise. Because they're going to go, they'll be like, I'm the superhero here. I'm the good guy. Okay, great. So you have your position. What's your opposite? What's your nemesis? See, if you don't have an existence unless you have an opposite to have contrast to compare to. So with that in mind, you have incarnating people. You have people that come into this reality that play the villain. And it's pretty clear. And you see on the world stage, these people that incarnated to play the villain, they freaking play the damn villain. They own it. Like they don't deviate away from it. I have postulated this. I'm gonna use the church for my analogy here for something for you to think about. And I had this discussion with one of my best friends who was raised a Roman Catholic, and he's now rereading the Bible again from cover to cover, right? So you can imagine the layer of intensity is going on in his life. I had this conversation with him maybe about a month ago. We were talking about the Pope Francis, who's leading over 1 billion people of the Catholic Church, Christianity. They're all in the same. They're Catholic, Christian, Baptist, all the same. And I had said, do you think that guy knows what's going on? Pope Francis, right? Do you think he kind of has a little bit of knowledge on how things work? I mean, they have supposedly, and again, I can't say this is true, but supposedly they have some library you can't even get into in the Vatican. Books that are, even Jason Breshears can't get in there. He'd love to get in there, but he can't get in there. Right? Books you can't get your hands on. So you would think the guy that leads the Catholic Church, leads Christianity, because that's what Catholicism is, Christianity. It's all the same. Leading Christianity, leading the Christian faith. You would think that guy knows a little bit about what's going on. So I had said, do you believe in predestination, to my buddy? And he kind of fumbled around. I'm like, dude, it's a yes or no question. And he ends up saying yes. I'm okay, great. So see, Pope Francis, so many people think it's the Antichrist. Okay. But he ain't moving away from his position. He is full board ahead. He is not moving back. He is not yielding. He is not changing his course. He is full steam ahead. And a lot of people think he's the villain. Okay. Well, the villain certainly is not changing the course of their life. And then we lead to predestination, and we can see that this dude doesn't have a choice but to lead his path and go his way. Same with you. It's the same situation with you. So you have this high-level character playing a certain, however you look at this guy. I don't know the dude, but he ain't moving. He's not budging. You would think he knows what's going on when it comes to the Bible and this ancient text and the Dead Sea Scrolls, however you want to play it out. You would think the guy knows a little bit about a thing or two about that whole thing, but he ain't budging. Why is he not moving? Why is he not changing his course? So do you think maybe there's something to predestination here, where the guy doesn't kind of have a choice in the whole matter? This is the logic and critical thinking I encourage so many people to do that they just don't. They don't do that. I don't know. They just don't do it. And this is why, for me personally, as an avatar, I flew the coop. I was raised in one of the hardest religions, JW. I don't regret any of it. Part of my script. Religion means to redo, religion. And to me, I don't want to be part of that group. That's me. I'm a nihilist. I'm a nihilist. Nihilism is not accepting anything of traditions, the popular vote, any of that kind of stuff, because that to me is to redo again. I think if you want to really kind of step up and have activation upgrades and to get out from underneath all this, you need to relinquish everything. You need to kind of be like, been there, done that. And your graduation. It's like you look at it from a layer of going to school. Right? You're a senior in high school. Would you ever want to have to go back? I mean, it was dreadful. I remember one year, and I think it was for me, I think it was 10th grade. I had to go to summer school because I was going to stay back. It was either 10th or 11th. I don't remember. I had to go to summer school so I could graduate with my class. Otherwise, I'd have to stay back, and it was like dreadful to do that. We don't want to go back. We want to go forwards. So for me, once you start to see all this kind of collective consciousness and everything part of this consciousness, you'd be like, that kind of doesn't fit the narrative of my life anymore. It's so old news. And you become maybe where I'm at now, and that's, like nirvana, which is nihilism, which is kind of, I'm not part of that box anymore. Like to contain myself inside that cube is rather challenging. Because everything in here is all the stories, the titles, what people call God, and all the ancient texts, all history, the timeline, they're all inside that box. You want to free yourself? You can't be in that box anymore. So if there is a way to get out of the box, you got to be a nihilist. And you got to be okay with that. And a lot of people are not. They're deathly afraid of that because they're still stuck in the programming of, well, if I don't accept this and that, then this or that will happen consequentially. Okay, let's get to some of your questions. Someone's asking, am I shadow banned? No, the U channel, you're not. We can see you. All right. So let's get a lot of comments, but not many questions. Andrew Christie, how do you find your birth time if it wasn't recorded? Well, you'd have to do your own due diligence. There's a way to maybe tie it into, you can do some dowsing with a pendulum. You can kind of maybe ask the question of when you were born, talking to yourself, which is talking to the Almighty, if you will, talking to God, the spirit inside of you, and then go on a walk in nature, maybe looking for a sign, maybe expecting a sign. You know, I mean, some hints on maybe somebody knowing kind of around the time you were born to kind of get an idea. It's not all it's not like, oh, I can't get my reading done. I can't look at astrology if you don't have your birth time, because the only thing that you will not be able to do is figure out the houses of astrology and where the placements of those will be. That's the only thing you'll probably have to eliminate. Other than that, the zodiac signs will remain intact. The sun sign, you know, the moon, Saturn, like these are all be in the specific zodiac signs that they're linked to based upon your day of birth, no matter the birth time. So you're only going to lose like the rising sign position, the midheaven, the descendant, and the IC. You may lose those, but you won't lose the zodiac signs and the celestials. Cross 47, how many incarnations does the soul go through? Couldn't answer that for you. I don't know. I don't think, and here's my final answer. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Teresa is asking, did I ever decode the Vitruvian man? I have not. Robin, like the bird. Logan, what did you incarnate here to be? Me. You're seeing it. You're seeing it. You know, those of you that didn't know me back in the day, you know, I mean, I have my whole past, but those of you that do know me now, you're seeing what I incarnated for. To be this person, I do readings, I do decodes, I do lives. Is this the final stage for me? I don't know. There may be something bigger on the horizon for me. And what I would tell you why I incarnated right now would be meaningless compared to what I'm going to be moving towards, let's say next year, 2 years from now. I don't know. Just along for the ride. Now, the bottom of the deck is the Ace of Spades, bot fantasies. Jason, what's going on? I see. He says I looked at my gene keys a little while back. I haven't looked at Richard Rugg's work in a while, so I couldn't answer your question on the gene key 51. I don't know, but I do know 51's tied to mind control, so that I do know. Justin's asking, Mars in the 5th house. Can you tell more about that? Well, Mars is going to be your drive in life. The 5th house is going to be ruled by the sun. So Mars moved into the house of the sun in Leo. Fifth house of astrology is where your manifestations come into play. It's where your creation comes into play. Typically, the fifth house of astrology is known for kids and all that, but it's 5. So it's tied to sex. So when you have Mars in the fifth house, does this raise your sex activity? Maybe. Those of you that have, like, this is classic. If you have Venus, if you got Venus in Aries, like, if you have Venus in the late stages of Aries, you're probably a freak. I'm not saying everybody. But that's going to be in the nakshatra of Yama. And it's classically known as people who, like, you'd never see it, you'd never know. You never see it on the face, you would never know unless you get them in the bedroom, they're freaks. That's averages now, I'm not saying, and I'm just keeping it real. I'm not saying it's going to be absolutely true for each and every one of you, but if you got Venus in Aries, well, you know, and then you would, the thing about it is, folks, is like, if you have your Chiron there, you may have a sex addiction to wear off. What do you do with that? What do you do with that? I've observed this many times with people. Venus in Aries, Venus in Yama. See, people, a lot of people that have these positions, they're too afraid to admit it because they look at it as something that's bad, or it's looked at as frowned upon in reality. That's why when you look at them, you'd never know, but on averages, Venus, even Mars in Aries, you got a high sex drive. Like, you can't help it. But a lot of people that have these positions, they don't want to admit it because it goes against the grain of reality. And then you get into predestination. It's like, man, just own the shit. If you feel that, you deal with it. You got to deal with it, you know? Alex is asking about Saturn, Mars, and Venus in the 8th house. Anything you can tell me about that? Well, 8th house is power, right? Saturn comes in here. Saturn wants to structure that power. Mars wants to move into control with that power, and Venus wants to love the power. So you have these 3 aspects with that, with what you're talking about right there. But then who's the Lord or Lordess of the 8th house? So what zodiac sign is the landlord of that house? That's going to tell you a lot. Scorpio is the default landlord, but what is the landlord? What is sitting in that house of the 8th position? Saturn likes to structure the power. Mars wants to take the power and utilize it and move with it. Venus wants to fall in love with it and create with it. Saturn, Mars, Venus. Crypto Lalo, is 19 a karmic number? They're all karmic numbers. All of them. Someone says, is 11 a bad number? They're all bad numbers. Every number has a good and a bad side to it. Just like you. Just like me. Every number has an asset or a liability to it. It's a fork. That's why the snake's tongue is forked. Every single thing in this reality has a dualistic approach to it. It has a liability and it has an asset to it. Everything. Stephen or Pamela, can you guys, actually, let me do it. Someone's asking about, okay, listen, folks, if you're asking about your cards, if you're asking about your birth card, I'm going to put it into the chat. I'm going to pin it to the top. and I'm going to suggest you go to this. And when you click on, I just pinned it to the comment. Those of you that are interested in knowing what your birth card is, click on the link that I've just pinned to the top of this chat. Click on that, scroll all the way to the bottom. It's going to ask for your month and day, and you'll be able to read about your birth card. It will give you so much more insight than me generalizing on what these cards mean. Okay? And it'll be more intimate for you to read it. Ryan asking my thought on twins. You mean twins that pop out at the same time? Is that what you're talking about? Troy, where do you hope your script takes you in 10 years' time? I don't have any hope in it. I'm along for the ride. It's kind of like asking a surfer. Like you get up, the surfer gets on the wave, and you ask the surfer, where do you hope this wave is going to take you? Well, I hope it's going to take me to shore. I hope it's going to take me on the greatest adventure of my life for the split seconds that I'm going to be on it. That's how I look at life. I look at life like a surfer gets on a surfboard, paddles out, and looks for the big wave. And when it gets on the wave, it just enjoys the wave. It may fall off. It may take a big digger. It may really eat some sand, scrape your knees on the reef. Or it may just be the greatest ride of your life. And then you'll just fall off the board and get back on, paddle back out. That's how I view life. I don't have any expectations anymore. I really don't. I've really kind of burned those. Yes, I study my code. Yes, I know what I'm kind of incarnated for. Yes, I know what I'm kind of more in tune with. Yes, I know kind of what I'm more in line with, but I don't have expectations anymore. I'm just along for the ride because I know I'm being used as an instrument. That's my foundation. Yes, I still have aspirations. Yes, I still have things that I want to do, but it's not me that wants these things. It's the voice, it's it. And then you can chalk it up to whatever you want to chalk it up to. It uses you to create through. And I have a lot of support to say that's the way it works. Not going to say proof. I don't like using that word. Ryan, you said you're a twin. I mean, even if you're a twin, you're still going to have a lot of variations in your code. So if you study the code, you're going to have personality types. So you would branch off with, like, take the personality type test. I would hope everybody here has done that. The personality, the Briggs-Myers. I would imagine the twin that you came out into this world with, someone came out first, someone came out second, and then there's going to be different variances in the personality types, which is going to vary probably with the Enneagram. So the card will be the same, the spirit card will be the same, but then the variances will be through the personality types, taking these tests through psychology, and you're going to have some variances there. What's up, Jacqueline? Have I started to make music? Yeah, I have. I've made some music here and there. Not at your level, but I definitely have, yes. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, what's your personality type? Let's see it. We got Claire's an INFJ. What's your personality type? Every single one of you should respond here. I should get a flood of 4 letters of what your personality type. What's your personality type? See, this is the thing that I'm trying to encourage people to do. Like, if you can't tell me or tell the world what your personality type is, that's one layer of the onion you're missing. Everybody should know your personality type. Every single one of you. You should know what your rising sign is in Vedic and Western. You should know what your midheaven is in Vedic and Western. You should know where your sun is in Vedic and Western. You should know what is in your fourth house in Vedic and Western. You should have these layers memorized. Why memorize? Because then you become it. It becomes you. It's your foundation. It's your owner's manual, folks. It doesn't mean it has to rule over you. It means you know it. If you watched my Beast, if you watched my The Beast Decoded, that's the Stargate above. All right, so here we go. We get a lot of, so we have a lot of, thanks everybody for going in. INFJ, ENFP, INFJ, INTJ, INFJ, INFJ. Well, you got a lot of INFJs. That's the most rare type. ENFP, INFP, INFJ, ENFP. INTJ. Beautiful. I will encourage all of you, okay? I'm going to encourage every single one of you, whatever your type is. If you're an I dominant, introvert dominant, you're going to be about what, 52, 51%? I will highly encourage you to go look at the flip of that and read about that type. So if you're an INFP, go read about the ENFP. I will bet that there will be characteristics of the ENFP that you will resonate with. If you're an INFJ, you'll go read about the ENFJ. A really good website is called 16personalities.com. Let me just show all of you that. Whoops. So if you just go to this website right here, this is kind of the one I know, but there's others, truity.com, but you go to 16personalities.com and you can go read about your type, right? Okay. So whatever you are, if you're an I, go read about the E. Okay, go read about the E. There you go, personality types, run other resources. If you're an INTJ, go read about the ENTJ. I promise you, you will be a little bit of both. Promise. Okay? CJ is asking about the North Node. The nodes of your chart are very, very important. The Dragon's Head, right? The North and South Node. In Vedic astrology, it's called Rahu. And Rahu is your desires. It's what you desire. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, that the most important thing you can do to decode yourself, your kids, your husband, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your partner, is to look at the Vedic and the tropical. Not just one. You are doing yourself a disservice by looking at just one system. Because it may be different in either one. Okay? It may be different. So please just take into consideration what I'm suggesting here. I'm not saying that you have to. I'm saying that it's a suggestion that you should really move towards. So CJ, thank you for bringing that up. It's very, very important to know where your north node is. So these are things like, as I had just said, what's your personality type? And we had a whole bunch of machine gun going off, right? A lot of you, machine gun, you knew what your personality type is. Folks, this is how you should be with these layers. Like, what's your north node? Where's your north node in Vedic astrology? Instantly, you should be posting it. My node is here. Bam! My node is here. It's here. It's through this sign. Instantly and automatically, you should know this kind of stuff. Let me just pull this up. I'm going to show you really quick. Okay. I'm going to go with this website right here. This is the website that I use primarily for Vedic astrology. It's called astro-seek.com. Let me get my cursor. Hold on. So we scroll down here. Actually, where the hell is it? We go to here, and then we go down to sidereal. Okay? This is going to pull up. Then we scroll down, and then we just punch in the parameters. I'm going to show you what mine looks like. And you'll be able to really make heads or tails of who I am. It's going to make sense for you, because most of you that are here, you know who I am. Okay? So when you click on this, now you have to click on the nakshatras right here. Okay? So this is the default. All right? Now you got to click on the nakshatras, and there you go. There's the extended layer. So this is my chart. Okay? Now what we're looking for is the Rahu, which is right here. Okay? Rahu and Ketu. My Rahu is in the zodiac sign of Sagittarius, in the third house of Gemini. So we have a Gemini Sagittarius energy. Gemini is mercurial. Gemini wants to talk about it, wants to create, wants to communicate. And Sagittarius wants to teach, because Sagittarius is the 9th zodiac sign. And the 9th zodiac sign is tied to the 9th tarot card, which is the Hermit. My Rahu is in the lens of the Hermit. This is me. This is what I incarnated to do. Part of it is to be this dude and shining light onto the world. Not everybody's gonna, now I'm not saying I'm the freaking guru. That's not what I'm saying. My job is to be a hermit, is to be somebody who studies, spends a lot of time alone, has a lot of trials and tribulations, and then puts everything inside that lantern and shares it with the world. Okay? That's what my Rahu is here, in Sagittarius. And of course, Sagittarius is a very well-known sign to travel. Here I am living in foreign countries, traveling around. I've been all over the world. Okay? And this is where I'm at. And this is in the 20th nakshatra. This is graduation. So for me, I'm helping people graduate. It's not for everybody. And again, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not the guru, okay? I am just somebody here with a voice to create through. And the lens is the 3rd house and the 9th house. Gemini, Sagittarius axis. That is how you read properly, in my opinion, the dragon's head and the dragon's tail. Okay? That's how I read this stuff. Okay, there we go. Okay? I hope that helps you on your quest of owning your shit. I don't need somebody to pat me on the back and say, "Oh yeah, Logan, oh yeah." I don't need any of that. I just know that's my destiny. And when you know it, you become it. And then there is this aspect of practice, getting better, memorization, yada, yada, and then you start to be able to verbatim, and that's where I'm at. And 5 years from now, I'm going to even be better at that because I have practice. So I'm living and fulfilling my destiny. I wasn't doing that 10 years ago in the sense of that because I didn't know I didn't know all this stuff. But that was my baptism of fire, if you will. That was some of the things I needed to check off the list, is going through these layers of reality where I just didn't know what the hell's going on. David Ortiz, are you a time traveler? Aren't we all? Moving through time? As soon as this, right now it's 9:48. As soon as that hits 9:49, boom, instantly I'm a time traveler. How about that? I'm being serious. Right? It's 9:48. Whoops. When that sucker hits 9:49, like Doc Brown says, you're going to see some serious shit. 9:49, I'm a time traveler. Aren't we all? All right. Of course, this thing's taking forever to hit 9:49 because I'm looking at it, but I think each and every one of you know what I'm talking about, right? And this is where I have this whole thing about time is an illusion nonsense. Because it's 9:48 right now on this digital clock. And when this thing hits 9:49, right now, there you go. Is time real? It just moved to 9:49. Is that fake? No. Time's real, folks. This whole time is an illusion. It's people just like, bleh, it's like regurgitation. We're all guilty of it too, by the way. Man, that watermelon is amazing. Mesh says, a black cat and a white cat just came at my window. I don't know them. What does it mean? I don't know. A black cat and a white cat came to your window. Does it have to have any meaning? It doesn't always have to have meaning, folks. Just enjoy the view. Maybe the cats came to you to show you that they're real and that they're there. Maybe they wanted to get petted. Maybe they wanted to get food. Am I still saving ants? Always. I'm always observing them. Just today. Or yesterday, I should say. Came home from the gym, made myself a smoothie, which was, I take this big scoop of peanut butter, banana, protein powder, water, and you take the peanut butter, you throw it in there, and then you put the spoon in your mouth, you lick it off. But I didn't get all the peanut butter off, so I threw it on the counter. I was not paying attention. I go back there a couple hours later, filled with ants. Those little teeny brown ones. So what did I do? I took the spoon, picked it up, opened my door, clanked the spoon on the stairs, all the ants came off, and that was it. So that's how I saved them. I could have killed them. I could have easily just washed them. Sometimes I do because it's unavoidable. It's so I try not to get annoyed, but it's like, man. So they've kept me in check, ants do. Kept me in check to keep my place clean and a little bit more tight, not to leave shit out, clean stuff right away. They're teachers. That's how I've made lemonade out of ants instead of getting pissed and annoyed. And it's like, no, keep your kitchen a little bit more tidy. Make lemonade out of it. That's what they've done for my life. So. Protein powder, yeah. I take protein powder. I work out quite a lot, so. What do I do with my watermelon rind? Well, sometimes I throw it in the woods, but majority of the time it goes in the trash. But I probably should be a little bit more conscious. But you have to take it and then, I have to bring it on my bike in the basket and throw it in the woods. So it's a little bit more of an effort. But I try to recycle. Definitely try to recycle. Stephen, have I heard of pets psi trailing? I have not. Compost everything. I agree. If you can, compost everything for sure. I'm constantly like, I got it. So where I live at, I have a back door, right, to my building. And the neighbor behind me, there's a wall that separates, and there's a lot of forest back there, but the neighbor chopped all the trees down. So I used to just chuck everything over the wall into this, whoever it is in the back. And I'm a night owl, so I do it like 2, 3 in the morning. But they chop the trees down, right? A lot. So I haven't really been doing that, but thank you for the reminder, because I'm probably going to go back to that. Justin's asking about the best leg workout. Back in the day, yeah, when I was at my all-time best, I was, I'm just about 6 foot. And at my all-time best, I was probably single-digit body fat, like shredded at like 220, right? At my best. The heaviest I've ever been was like 230. And when I was at my best, and I was really in my prime, I was really into squats, and the very best workout, and for me, the very best trainer, the very best way to increase size in legs, glutes, and hamstrings, well, not hamstrings, but at least glutes and quads, was a protocol that I used to do called the 20 rep squats. And it was 5 sets. And you would do warm-ups, 4 of them, 4 sets of warm-ups, and 1 working set. And that was it. There was no like leg extensions and hack squats. No, it was 5 sets total, 1 working set. And I would do that every 5 days, and my legs just freaking blew up. So the way the protocol works is that you do 4 warm-ups and you increase the weight, and then the 1 working set, you have to do 20 reps, but you have to put the weight on where you normally would just be able to get 10. So you would have to push the hell out of yourself. It's a lot of discipline. You probably need a spotter or someone to at least push you, because you're talking, and you try to do, like Smith, if you like Smith machine, or freestanding, the best, of course. But you got to push yourself. So the 1 working set, 20 reps. And if you can't get all 20, sometimes you get to 10 and you got to sit there and pause. You don't rack it. You never rack the weight. So you do like maybe 10 reps and you're done. You're completely done, exhausted. You got to get 10 more. My legs freaking grew and blew up like crazy on that every 5 days. Or every 4 days or every 5 days. I think it was every 4. I can't remember. It's been so long. But that was at my prime, and I loved doing that. And it was great because you didn't have to go in there and slave and kill yourself in the gym. But now it's different. Now I just go in there. I just want to be, I do like 3 exercises, boom, bang, boom, one after the other. I just do circuit and I don't stop until I get them done. 6, 8 different sets, all in a row, 24 different sets maybe, and I'm out. I do about 20 minutes on the stair mill every day when I go to the gym, and then I just go right into circuit training. For me, it's all about toning, tightening, forming, and shaping the muscle. Don't care about building. I got too many injuries. I can't build anymore. So for me, it's just all about more like calisthenics and body weight and stuff like that. Anti is asking, do I have a garden? I don't. But I have access to unlimited amounts of watermelon, so. Zeno's asking about my thoughts on 4 corners, 4 winds, shaman using their right. Well, I mean, 4. You're in it. 4 blood types. 4. North, south, east, and west. So, of course, shamans, this is why I would say there's a lot of power in that, the 4. Would I ever consider giving you a workout plan? I mean, that's a lot to ask, really. I mean, I'd have to spell it all out and print it all out. And I mean, I just gave you like the legs, 5 sets. Just go focus. Look, when I was a trainer for many years. I was a general manager of a Gold's Gym. I was part owner of a Gold's Gym back in the day. I've been in the gym over 30 years. Doesn't mean I know everything. There's a lot of people that are way bigger, more experienced, better, et cetera, et cetera. But, I mean, I know a thing or two, right? I was in the peptide business, sold peptides. I was into, HRT, testosterone, all that stuff. I was all into that. And there's a lot that goes into protocols and programs and weight reduction and weight gain, and it goes on your body structure, endomorph and esomorph. And so there's a lot of factors that go into it. There's not a cookie cutter for each and every individual, right? But I just gave you one. If you want to build your legs, 20 rep squats, 5 sets, 1 working set, 4 warm-ups. Most people won't do it because they won't stack on the weight to do the 20 reps where you got to do what you would normally do for 10. You got to have a lot of discipline. Working out is a lot of discipline. This is why it's good to have a workout partner that's going to push the hell out of you. See, I always had a lot of discipline growing up. I didn't need to work. I just had it. It's just part of my default. But if you don't have a discipline, if you're like somebody who's like, a racket at 10, you should be doing 15 or 20, you rack it. You need someone to help you, push you through. Right? And then you got to know your body structure. Again, are you an endomorph, an ectomorph, an esomorph? These are things that are found. Again, it's like, are you this with astrology and numerology? Same with the body structures, endomorph, ectomorph, esomorph. Got to know what your body structure is. Are you somebody who gains weight fast, loses weight fast? Can you get ripped? I mean, I've never had a problem getting ripped. I've been single digit body fat probably my whole life. It's like I was a skinny kid growing up. So for me, it was tough to gain weight. It was easy to get shredded. Not everybody works that way. I love Mike Menser, War Van Aest. Yeah, I did the HIT training for many years. I love his stuff. That's kind of what the 20 rep squat is about, the HIT, the high intensity. Mike Menser is awesome. But I got I have a lot of experience in hormone replacement therapy, peptides, human growth hormone, testosterone, fooled around with all that stuff. All of them. Played around with all that stuff. A lot of experience with that, right? And it gives you the advantage. It gives you the edge, of course. And then if you want to get into, training where you don't want to take HRT, if you want to get into natural stuff, there's amazing supplements that you can take to give you a huge edge in the gym. And I'll give you 2 right now. That if you want to gain 5 or 10 pounds within a few week period, it's not going to be muscle, but of course it's going to make you feel good. You're going to be stronger. You're going to have more endurance. This is my tried or true. These are supplements. I remember taking them back in the day. I was with my fiance at the time, back in the mid 2000s, and she would always constantly blame me for being on testosterone, and I wasn't. That's how good this stuff works. So the 2 supplements, if you want to gain muscle, if you want to get the edge, if you want to fast track it, if you want to get big, if you want to get in more endurance, if you want to go to the gym and throw more weight around, there are 2 supplements that I absolutely love and I have used throughout my whole career, 30 plus years, ever since they came out with them. I remember they came out with it the first time I ever used it was 1991. And it's called creatine. Right? Creatine, but it's come a long way. Back in 1991, when I first used it, it was called creatine monohydrate. That it's old now. The creatine you want to get is that you want to get cray-alkaline. It's a buffered creatine. I'm going to show it to you right now. Get into some health and wellness. So this right here is this stuff is the shit. Right there, the purple pill. This is the brand that I actually have sitting right here in my casita right now. It's called it's a buffered creatine. You take 2 capsules twice a day. I only do like 1 and 1 because I don't really care about getting bigger, but I like a little bit of the edge. But this stuff is amazing. And then you get what's called AAKG, arginine alpha ketoglutarate, and you mix it together with that stuff, and I promise you will freaking gain weight. This, for males, this enhances the libido in a sense to where, it improves blood flow. Let's put it that way. Okay, this stuff's amazing, and I would definitely suggest that you get the let me see, I'm trying to remember the big bag on Amazon, bulk supplements. That's right. This right here, this is what you buy. You can get on Amazon right here, right? And you just do a couple scoops of this a day. Look at that, $35. This stuff was so expensive. You buy it in pill form, it'll cost you an arm and a leg. It used to be called nitric oxide. NO Explode, the pre-workout stuff has this. But if you take this with the cray-alkaline, with this stuff, that combination, man, I promise you, you'll gain 5 or 10 pounds. Your weight will go, your endurance will go up. You'll get the pump of your life. You'll fill out. Your muscles will fill out. And if you're with your partner, I can promise you, if you're with a girl, she's probably gonna say, "Dude, what are you taking?" You're gonna get blamed like I did. That is the combination that I used to take, man, and I love it. It's the best of the best. If you're gonna go natural, that's what you should take. Right there. Ryan's asking on iodine. Because of the way the whole world is right now, yeah, it's a good idea to take iodine. Seaweed's really good. You can take sea moss. But should you megadose it? Nah, not really. I wouldn't think so. Have I taken MSM? I have. Glucosamine, I have. Chondroitin, glucosamine and chondroitin kind of come together. I have taken those. I take, there's so much stuff I can take. It's just like, I'm taking, right now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to just keep it real. I take fish oil, high grade, which has high DHA and EPA, essential. Omega-3s, essential for the brain. Keeps your HDL, LDL levels in check. I do chlorella right now. I'm doing sun chlorella. I'm doing a SAM-E right now just because I had gotten it from my liver. I'm doing milk thistle right now. I'm doing NAC. I'm doing zinc, of course. Zinc is like, for the immune system, it's absolutely a must. When I go to the US, I buy liposomal vitamin C. I do that. But zinc, for sure. Magnesium at night before I go to bed, absolutely. It makes me sleep like a baby. What else do I take? B complex sometimes. I have green powder and red powder in my freezer. I do a scoop of those a day. I've been a supplement junkie my whole life, as far as I can remember. So. But there's just so, all that stuff I just ramble off. You can imagine, okay, take this and take that and add this and add this. And it's just how much, you'd be swallowing pills all day, Yeah, Q-Certain, that's another one, COQ10. There's just so many supplements. But I tell you, as somebody, I've talked to many, many different nutritionists. I have my go-tos. Best nutritionist in Los Angeles by far. His name's Drew Prince at David Allen Nutrition up in Woodland Hills. If you can ever get the chance to go see him, absolutely best nutritionist that I know of. And I had asked him one day, I did a podcast with him. I'm like, if you could take what's the most important supplement? Vitamin D. See, I don't have a problem with it because I get out in the sun all the time. Some of you, you treat the sun like it's going to kill you. Free vitamin D. Vitamin D, number one. Just Michael, what was the one that will add 5 or 10 pounds in weeks? Cray alkaline and arginine alpha ketoglutarate. I'll show all of you once again. Here they are. Cray alkaline. If you want to gain 5 or 10 pounds, if you want to get more muscular, if you want to have more density, more tonality to your muscles, if you want to be more full with your muscle bellies, if you want to get the pump of your life, you get Cray alkaline. You can get this one, but this is the one I use. That comes in 240 capsules or 120. And then you get this stuff called arginine alpha ketoglutarate. I've gotten this brand and have great success with it. Bulk supplements you get right off of Amazon. You buy the big bag, and you just do 2 huge tablespoons twice a day. That's it. On an empty stomach. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, this stuff has been my go-to for a very, very long time. This with the Cray alkaline. You mix those two together, and if you can't get big on that, if you don't feel a difference with that, if you don't fall in love with that, hit me up. Let me know what's going on with you. So there's probably something missing, but that shit is just absolutely amazing. Dietary Car is asking, why have you chosen to have no wife or children? I've been married 3 times. So I made the choice 3 times. But I have no kids. There's a long stretch of my life I had many reasons why I didn't want to have kids. I think there's a control issue where you lose control. You hope that nothing's going to happen to that child. So there's that fear factor. We all have the fears. And then the way the world is. All that kind of stuff. I've gone back and forth, but that was just it for me. But as far as the wife's concerned, I have much different outlook on marriage. Now, marriage is a contract. I think you can be with somebody without a contract. You don't need to have a contract to be in love, to have that beautiful best friend in love relationship. But I've done it 3 times. So I kind of know a thing or two about that. Claire's asking what's best for muscle repair. Yeah, I mean, Jason, right below it, I use branched chain amino acids. That's protein powder. You can take a BCAA. It's usually like a 3-in-1 L-arginine. The branched chain amino acids. Your body needs these. See, folks, the thing about it is, this is what you got to understand. Again, I'm about foundations. Throughout my entire life, throughout the decoding career that I've done, foundations. That's why you don't really see me doing the 4-base ciphers, adding on a million different ciphers. No, I primarily based my research on Chaldean, and then I've branched off from there. I started with septenary, but Chaldean, that's the foundation. So I've used the foundation in all different parts of my life, including nutrition. I got certified in nutrition many, many years ago. Done the personal training, been a nutritionist, helped people, countless people. Before I got involved with the mystical arts and personal development, all that stuff, I was heavy into health and wellness. Been in the stem cell industry, been in the peptide industry, been in the HRT industry. I've been in these for years. Loved it. The medical field. Foundationally, folks, your body requires, your body requires a 90 to 91 layer nutrient protocol. Your body requires a certain amount of minerals every day. Your body requires a certain amount of vitamins every day. Your body requires a certain amount of omegas every day, And your body requires a certain amount of amino acids every day. Now, if you count those up, I was a big fan of Dr. Joe Wallach. And his whole claim to fame is you need about 90 or 91 essential nutrients every single day. 16 minerals, 16 vitamins, your omegas, your essential amino acids, 90 to 91. If you ain't getting those every single day, then your body's going to decay that much faster. Yeah, the body's resilient, right? Like when we're younger in our prime, you can eat like shit. You can do things that you can get away with. If you're eating a high acidic diet, if you're eating a lot of foods that are acid, well, then your body has to buffer those acids. Simple chemistry. Well, the body has to move towards that. And normally what it does is it uses calcium. It leaches calcium from the bones to buffer the acid. Can lead to osteoporosis. This is why eating a more slightly alkaline. This is, again, then getting into decoding, getting into neutrality, slightly love wins the game of life. Neutrality, slightly love. Alkalinity, slightly love. Keeps the body and makes you live the longest, healthiest life. If you eat potato chips and soda and alcohol and animal-based proteins, that's all acid. You will decay that much faster. And you will be susceptible to getting some kind of disease because then you start infiltrating your mind. What are you filling your mind with? Is your mind being infiltrated with acid-based information? You turn on the freaking news, that's all acid-based. It's like drinking fucking vodka all day. Acid, 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 acid. With the mind. So, if you take these things into consideration and realize it's not just what you put in your mouth, it's what you put in your eyes. Is it acid or alkaline? And you want to be in the middle. You want to be neutrality. You want to be balanced. And the way to get balanced is to be consciously aware and realize you need 91 essential minerals and nutrients and vitamins every single day. And if you ain't getting those, you may be able to withhold your life. You may be able to get away with it for a little bit because you're in your little peak. You're in your prime. But eventually, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be 51 in a couple of months, right? And I've been taking care of myself for a long time, but I have not alleviated the burdens of what it means to be 50/51. Like my body, now I have to really pay attention. It's like overhaul, tune up. What do you do when your car when you need new spark plug wires, you need new spark plugs. You need to change the oil. Why do you change the oil in your car? Why don't you just forget about not changing the oil in your car? Screw it. I'm not going to change the oil in my car anymore. Would you ever do that? Would you buy a brand new car and say, screw it. I'm not going to change the oil in the car. No, see, you're programmed to change the oil in your car. But a lot of you don't pay any attention to changing this entire aspect of your body. You continually just infiltrate it with a bunch of junk. You never detox, you never fast, you never do anything healthy for yourself, but you'll sit there and, I got to go change the oil in the car because I got to get to work every day. You're deathly afraid of not changing the oil, but you're okay with just completely toxifying your body. Where's the sense in this? So, ladies and gentlemen, the thing about it is with this whole aspect of our reality and health and wellness, your body needs a certain amount of minerals and vitamins every single day. And if you're not getting those, okay, and you can't rely on it pretty much now from the soil, and the soil's been depleted, and most people are creatures of habit, so you're going to be pretty much eating the same things every single day in and day out. You're probably not getting the spectrum of the things you need. So your body's not alkaline, your body's not slightly love, and your mind is not slightly love because you're turning on the news, you're paying attention to politics. My team's going to win and your team sucks. And you're arguing and debating and you're hammering other people because they're not doing what you're doing, and you're just living an acid lifestyle. How horrible is that? We got to stop doing this stuff. This is how, why our reality is so funny, folks? This is how I know, it's set up to destroy. Because let's be honest and real, and this is where we get into authenticity. Most people, and we're not authentic human beings, right? Thank you, Landmark. This is the benefit of taking, I wish everybody could take Landmark. I just wish I could pay everybody's way to go to Landmark. I just wish I could. If you have $700 and you go to Landmark, please go. It'll change your life. Because it alleviates the acidic part of your brain. It's such a game changer. It's just so simple, ladies and gentlemen. The easiest marker for food, as when I was teaching nutrition, and I still do nutrition for people. I still help people out. But the easiest way to look at what your whole regimen is the next time you pick up something. The next time you grab the bottle or you grab whatever it is you're going to eat, the question that you would be well served to ask yourself is what I'm about to drink or eat, is it going to give me life or is it going to take life from me? That was the question I would give people that I would work with. Because if I could take each and every one of you and lay out, and I would say, this is what people say, can you help me with my nutrition? Yeah, tell me what you've been eating for 14 days straight. Don't skimp. Don't try to be the good person. Don't try to impress me. Be honest. Don't change your habits. That's the worst thing you can do. That's what most people do because life's about looking good, right? People will go out of their way to make sure they're not looking bad. I'm not interested in that in nutrition counseling. I want to see exactly everything that you've been consuming over 14 days. The next 14 days, just normally do what you've been doing so I can get an adjustment, see exactly what's going on here with you. And then what are you taking for supplements? What kind of supplements are you taking? What kind of water are you drinking? How much water do you drink? These are important layers to be a human being, to live a life of bliss. And to, keep the doctor away, if you will. Landmark is landmarkworldwide.com. It is this company right here. Let's see how fast their website loads up. Okay, it's this company right here. Okay, and they have advanced programs. So when you log on to their website, you scroll down to the bottom and you click on the Landmark forum here, and it'll tell you the breakdown. Okay, it's a 3.5 day course, but it's a game changer, folks. Okay, and you can find your locations here. Okay, so, I took mine in LA. All my courses I did in LA, the advanced course and the basic course 3 times. Now it's $900. Wow, they've gone up $150, but hey, that's inflation for you. But it's the best $900 you'll ever spend. I can guarantee you that. They got them in San Francisco, New York, Chicago, Seattle, Fort Lauderdale. Folks, if you can justify this in your life, because I know you look at it and be like, oh, damn, that's a lot of money. Not what you get for it. It'll change your life. So is $900 worth changing your life, or is the $900 more to spend? A lot of you have a $900 phone, and you justify that. And I know you're taking my word for it, right? And I don't get nothing from this, man. Landmark doesn't pay me anything. But a lot of you have $900 cell phones, and you justified buying the cell phone. And you didn't even think twice about it. Because you know why? Because you wanted it. Because it satisfies your ego. Got the new phone, got the new iPhone. I got a freaking, you know what I got for a phone? This is a Samsung Galaxy S10. This is a 2019 model phone. I got a 5-year-old phone. Almost 5 years old. Don't care. It works great. It's fast. It's not as fast as the other ones. It's good enough for me. But that's me. There are certain other things that Debbie's asking, I need help with my blood pressure and plaque is clogging my arteries. Stop eating foods that clog your arteries. So I can't give any medical advice, but if it was me, if my blood pressure was high, I would figure out what is the origin of making the blood pressure go up. Now, you would think, even if you're like, well, I don't know what that is, just start with the basics. What could you consume that would not make your blood pressure go up? Well, foods that don't have a lot of salt in them, obviously, because salt makes the blood pressure go up. Foods and then the arteries, plaque and clogging the arteries, don't eat any fat. Pretty simple. And that is this is where life gets a chuckle. Because you see, we're destined to kill ourselves. I have postulated this so many times. I'll say it again. If I bring 100 strangers into a room and I got to feed them, and the 2 foods of choice would be pizza or grilled asparagus. I love grilled asparagus, right? What do you think's going to get eaten more out of those two foods for those 100 people? You automatically know the pizza's going to get eaten more. Why? Why are the things that are good for us, we tend to kind of stay away from them? Folks, you're set up to we're set up to kill ourselves. It's just a joke. But when you're consciously aware of it, you realize all the things that taste like shit, those are the things that are good for you. The roots and turmeric and like all this stuff's ugh. But that's what makes you. So if you got high blood pressure, stay away from salt, drink more water. That's the thing, is like drink more water. How much if I had high blood pressure and I had high cholesterol and I had plaque in my arteries and stuff, I would drink 3 liters of water a day. That would be my habit. Number one. What else do I do? Nothing. Don't do anything else. Just drink 3 of these a day. And if you can't do it the first day, if you can't do it the first week, totally cool. 3 of these a day. Once you get 3 liters of water every single day in your habitual programming, then you move on to the next thing. See, I learned over the course of training people, and the biggest layers of failure in nutrition and like New Year's resolutions and being a trainer in the gym and all that stuff is that people give you, they ask too much of you. You got to do this. You got to go to the gym. You got to stop eating this. You got to do this. You got to incorporate. It's like, oh my God, too much to ask. So let's start with one thing. A lot of you here, I would guarantee, are chronically dehydrated. I already know it. The number one cause of daytime fatigue is dehydration. You don't drink enough water. Oh yeah, well coffee doesn't count. Tea doesn't count. Just straight water. 3 liters a day, 96 ounces is what you should strive for to get into a pattern, a habit, at least a month it may take you. You're going to eat less food. It's going to cut back on your weight. It's going to cut back on your weight. That's a good thing. And then once you get the 3 liters of water established, then maybe you want to jump into some watermelon puree or pineapple puree, or, you know, like I still juice. I do like cilantro, celery, cucumber, water, and pineapple. That's like my tried and true for years here in Mexico. Pineapple, cilantro, celery, cucumber, and a grapefruit. That was it. And that was a meal for me. Yeah, it's not pizza. It's not spaghetti and meatballs. It ain't a T-bone steak. But it's a live food. And it will make me decay a lot less than it would any other foods that will make you decay quicker. So those are my suggestions. Well, there you go, Debbie. See, thanks for being authentic. You need more water, so just start with that. Don't try to do anything else. Just focus on one habit. Establish. I had this program back in the day, back in 2013. I created this program called The One Habit. And that was it. Just focus on one habit in your life, forget everything else. Don't try to do that. Don't worry about going to the gym. Don't worry about exercise. It'd be cool if you can do that. Great. If you can get a walk in every single day, great. That's gravy. But the one habit is hydration. You know, this is my habit. This is what I do. You want to know what I do personally? I'm going to tell you. When I wake up in the morning, first and foremost, this thing is filled before I go to bed. It's by my nightstand. Sometimes I'll wake up and I'll take a couple sips. But you know why I fill it up? Because when I wake up and I get out of bed and I'm grateful that I'm alive and I go through my gratitude and I'm making my bed and I'm thanking my bed and my pillow and all my rituals that I do, I'm drinking this. And I just guzzle it. And within 10 minutes, this is gone. Now, I usually sleep 8 hours. So go 8 hours during the daytime with drinking no water, and you'll notice that you're really damn thirsty. So when you wake up and you're 6-8 hours of no water, you're dehydrated. So the very first thing I do, and the very first thing I've gotten in the habit of doing for a very, very long decades now, is I drink one of these before I do anything else. And then the second thing I do after I drink my 1 liter of water, it's onto my 1 liter of watermelon puree. And now I'm doing watermelon with some celery. So I love the combination. Get a little green in there. That's my habit. And I've been going to, ladies and gentlemen, I've been going to the gym. I'll drink 1 liter of watermelon juice, and then I'll do another one, and I go to the gym, no food. No food. I just 2 liters of watermelon juice, and I have so much energy. This is plastic. It's hard to get glass here. I used to be big on that. Glass, plastic. If you can get glass, absolutely get glass. But it's very difficult to get the 1 liters here in Mexico. I don't like doing the 20 ounces because it's not enough, so. Cold versus room temperature water, which is best? I like room temperature. The body doesn't have to warm it up, so it instantly goes into the stomach right away. I don't taste plastic. I don't know. That's just me though. I think the water is more important than figuring out if I got plastic or glass here. But if you can have, trust me, I was on the glass kick for a long time. I definitely, when I was back in the US, I was looking for a glass bottle. I couldn't find one. I can buy one on Amazon, but they're those fancy ones. I just, and I've dropped them before. It's kind of a pain in the ass, but. Mystic Green Summer, I heard you should add Celtic sea salt to your water for minerals. Yeah, you can do what's called Soleil. You can make Soleil, which is just take salt like pink crystals, or Celtic sea salt. You put about 1/3 of that into a mason jar, and you pour, it must be the Masons. And then you pour about 2/3 of water in there, and you let that sit. And every day when you wake up, you do a tablespoon of that. And the pink Himalayan sea salt is supposed to contain the 60 minerals that you'll need. And then if you don't do that, you can buy the trace mineral drops, and you can do those. But definitely the salt water is going to be better, I think. Soleil is amazing. It's part of the Green Box Detox that I've done, in the program that I have. It has the whole thing laid out. Soleil is one of the suggestions. What's up, Christine? Green Vibrance. Christine is drinking Green Vibrance. I love that. That brand's amazing. It's pricey, but it's a very, very good brand. Mystic Green Summer says, I found an EE system facility. I've done 2-hour sessions. Have you tried it? I have not tried it. I did a podcast with Mel Carmine, who has a center in Cape Canaveral, Florida. He's a great guy. He's a 9 birthday. He's a humanitarian. I was really, really enamored by the whole thing. I've been following this technology, which uses scalar waves, since I read the book by Dr. Valerie Hunt called Infinite Mind back in 2010. That book had scalar wave technology in it, and I was like, man, I can't wait for this technology to come out, and bam, now it's out. And like the goal is to buy a tower for the home. It's a little pricey right now. I think they're about 20 grand or 25,000, but for what it does, you can heal your body. You don't need to go anymore. This is where you're getting into advanced technology and the age we're moving into. So keep me posted, Mystic Green Summer. As long as you can stay in these rooms with the technology, the longer the better. Kufinya, Mountain Valley. Yeah, Mountain Valley's great, but you can't get it here in Mexico. The green bottles. Thanks, Stephen, for putting that book up there. That book's amazing, Infinite Mind by Dr. Valerie Hunt. Sky High is asking, have you looked into Donald Marshall and cloning centers? Yeah, I went through the whole round of watching a lot of his videos, him being on, I'm a huge heavy metal fan, and the band Megadeth, The World Needs a Hero, the album cover had Donald Marshall in there coming out of a body, and you get this, and it's just really, really a deep rabbit hole that you go down. The cloning centers I do believe in for sure. Then you're going to get into underground aspects. So I went through that whole kick for a while. Ryan's asking about infrared saunas. Absolutely love infrared saunas. Went through that whole kick as well. These are all layers I went through. I wish I had one of those things. I used to be a brand ambassador of an infrared sauna company, and they're amazing if you can get one. They're amazing. David's asking about sulfism or whatever it is. I believe it's like ego-centered, right? Self-centerism. That would kind of go in line with hedonism, I think. I mean, the way I look at it is, if I'm hanging out with you, I certainly don't want to hang out with someone who's pissed off and bitchy and moaning and just not happy in life. Why would I hang out with somebody like that? So the only way to alleviate that is to love your life. And how would you love your life? Doing what you want to do. Wouldn't that be part of that? Being self-centered and being ego-centered? Of course it would be. It would all fall into that grade. So, I mean, I'm a huge fan of Alan Watts, and he has this video called "What If Money Was No Object?" And he goes on to say, find out what you really love to do, forget about the money, and you'll never work again. And then when you get really good at it, you'll get paid for it. And that's kind of around that concept of that terminology. Jason's asking, what's the craziest rabbit hole I've been down? I got too many to count, brother. This 138, though. Crazy. Whew, this 138 is, wow. Ash Bay, what are the benefits of having a infrared sauna? You get to go in it every day. The convenience of going in it every day. Ryan's asking, who is my favorite and least favorite Chicago? Oh, Ryan knows that. Yeah, so this is my escape from reality. My Ready Player One is, and I, being authentic is, I'm in the habit of watching Chicago PD. I'm on season 6. I just kind of chip away. I love that show. If you're somebody who, like I have in my tropical, I have a lot of Scorpio energy, and Scorpio is crime and drama. So you may be drawn to that. And then you would say, well, why am I drawn to that? Because you got Scorpio energy there. Is there anything bad about that? So anyway, there's that. And so I really, really like Sergeant Voight. I really, really like his character because he's just real, and his intentions is really what I like. And then I female. I probably have like this little crush on what's her name? Oh God, I can't believe I can't even remember this. Haley, because she looks like an ex-girlfriend of mine from way back in the day. So it's being a little biased, right? But yeah. Upton. Yeah. But I like Voight and yeah, Upton. Those are probably my two. And as far as least favorite, I don't focus on that. I don't really have a least favorite. I just focus on like who I really like, and then the other ones just kind of fall into place. I think everybody's really good on that show. Mystic Green's asking about a dry, wet sauna compared to infrared. I think infrared any day of the week blows any of the other ones away. But anything heat, heat raises the body temperature, which induces like a fever, which induces healing and sweat. And the skin is the largest transporter of toxins. So heat induces that, and now you have detoxification. Max Hart is asking, will you talk about personal number synchronicity in one's daily life? That's really challenging, Max, because it's so broad stroke, it's so vanilla. This is the biggest question I get asked from people. I'm seeing this number, I'm seeing that number. Unless I look at your life and we sat down and we laid it all out on the table and created a strategy and a roadmap, it's really hard to pinpoint, to tell you exactly why you're seeing these numbers. Tessarina says, I love Chicago PD and Chicago Fire. Feel good show. Yeah, this is the thing. Like I when I watch Chicago PD, I catch myself. Like you catch yourself getting emotionally involved with the characters, and then I catch myself and I'm like, it's not real. But then it's like you feel like you want to release these emotions. It's like kind of we're addicted to releasing emotions as human beings. So we're addicted to it. We're programmed to do it. And then they'll play the music and just to get you in that mode. It's really interesting. JF's asking, do you do sit-down consultations? You mean in person? I have. But yeah, I do consultations for sure. Talk about whatever you want. Some people just want to talk about their life, just they want somebody to listen to them, or they want somebody to decode their lives. But yeah, I do consultations for sure. Nick Cook saying, has anyone seen the movie Pi and is it any good? Yep. I actually have watched. I think it's a great movie, but there's some things in that are very iffy. The words they're using and the numerology that they're using are very iffy. So you got to be careful. JF personal decode. Yeah, that's what I mean, that's one of the things that I do. If you're interested in a personal reading, just send me an email, decodeyourreality@gmail.com, and I'll get back to you on that. Just okay. How often do I do lives? You never know when I'm going to get out there and do a live. Just did a Let's Talk Tarot. Been doing Let's Talk Tarot. I got 4 of those. And then these. This is number 69. And then if you're around on Tuesday the 28th, I'm going to be doing the 138 live decoded. And I'm going to show you some things. I know that even if you're a fan of Jason from My Cakes, I promise you he's never shown this stuff. This is going to be brand new stuff. All right, without further ado, let me give you guys guys and gals all a sneak peek at the 138. All right, I'm going to show you a few slides. What does this mean? This has obviously been very big through the Archaics family. Jason saying this tied to the Phoenix event, saying that, this happens every 138 years. And, I don't want to say anything where it would take anything away from his position. When you go through history, you're going to see that it's not just in a sequence of 138. When you go study history, there's been many deaths, many deaths. Because he's saying the last Phoenix reset was 1902, and there's been a lot more deaths in other years that weren't in the 138 sequence. I got to talk to him about this. I want to get his take on it. But anyway, that's for another story. But let me show you kind of what I found here. And I just thought this was kind of mind-blowing, really, that the police code for the 138 is bomb alert. Bomb alert. And if you can kind of use your logic and discernment here, the Phoenix event and what Jason from Archaic, it's a massive die-off. It's a massive event that happens through history where there's collateral damage. And it just so happens the police code is bomb alert. I know it's not to laugh about, but I think it's comical here that it's tied to the bomb alert. And so you have this aspect of the tarot and the cards of illumination, typical deck of playing cards. And this is the rules of the playing cards and the tarot. When you get a number that is above the total amount of tarot cards or the total amount of 52 cards in a deck, you subtract. So there are 78/77 cards in a deck of tarot cards, if you count the Fool. So you take the 138, you subtract the 78, and you get 60. And the 60th card in the tarot is the 10 of Swords. The 10 of Swords, ladies and gentlemen. So think about this. Bomb alert. Boom. The Phoenix event, a lot of people dying, and then you get this Ten of Swords. This is the rendition of that. Now you go to the tarot cards here, and here's the original version of it. Think about what I'm showing you here. 138 is tied to the frickin' 10 of Swords. This is tied to Skull and Bones. Straight up, go watch my Skull and Bones Decoded. And then you have this card right here that the Ten of Swords correlates into. It's the 49th card in the Cards of Illumination. It's the Ten of Spades. 10. Okay? The 10 of Swords. Okay? It's very, very easy to see. And then we correlate this into the 138 and the cards now. Now we did the tarot. 138 minus 78, we get 60. Now we do the same thing with the 52 cards of the Cards of Illumination. We have to do it twice because now you got to get to 52 or below. This is the rules of the cards in the tarot now. 138 minus 52, you got to do it twice and you get 34. You got to get below 52. And we get 34. And the 34th card in the deck, ladies and gentlemen, the 8 of Diamonds. And the 19 in mathematics is the 8th prime number. There's the 8. And here's the 19th card in the tarot. What is the 19th card in the tarot? The Sun. What is the Sun tied to? The Phoenix rising. It's all about the Sun, ladies and gentlemen. 34. 34th card in the Cards of Illumination, the 8 of Diamonds. This is one of the cards. This is straight up, ladies and gentlemen, one of the cards directly tied to Lucifer. Directly. Okay? And it's got a big fat 8 on it. 19 being the 8th prime number. Okay? 19th card in the deck. The Sun. The modernized. Gold. So now you have lead to gold. The Sun being gold. So what we're lead, and when the explosion, when deaths happen, you have lead being transitioned into gold. The 138. Misfits. We are 138. It means death. And the conversion of lead into gold. That's what this means. Now, one last slide I'll show you here is the solar spread number 16. Solar spread number 16. Why number 16? Because 16 is sulfur. And 16 is the Tower card, which is tied right to the Phoenix event. Right to it. And sitting in space number 16 is the 9 of Swords. And the 9 of Swords is the opposite of the other end of the 10 of Swords. See, this is what happens when you know a lot of people are going to be like this. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Oh my God, I can't sleep, it's coming. Forget all that nonsense, man. If it's coming, it's coming. If it's your time to go, it's your time to go. But this is tied right to the Phoenix event. I'm going to be showing all this. You've never seen anything. I promise you. You won't find this anywhere else. Because no one uses this. Well, some people are using this methodology. But there you go, folks. I mean, this is what the 138 is. It's ultimate death and the rising of the Phoenix. And the rising of the Phoenix is going to go back to the sun. That's what all this means. Okay, got the moon in here as well because this is tied to selenium. But isn't that fascinating that the bomb alert for police code is 138? Did you know that? I didn't know that until I looked at it. I'm like, I kind of laughed because it's pretty, I mean, the bomb. And I got, you know what this alludes to, folks? The Big Bang. I got the Big Bang. You know, could the Big Bang, the whole theoretical position I was taught in school, the Big Bang, does that have any merit? Abso-freaking-lutely it does. Sure does. So be sure to catch I'm going live Tuesday, November 28th at 8:31. Of course, I made it 8:31. It's the 1:38. 8:31 Eastern Standard Time, 7:31 Central, 5:31 Pacific. So be sure to check it out live. I'm gonna do the whole spread out, the whole breakdown, and I will be using mathematics to support what I believe to be the Phoenix event. And it ain't 2040. Like I will, I love Jason Bashir's. I consider him a brother. Like he had said, we're like peas and carrots. We are. I love his work. I love his research, but I don't have the Phoenix event pegged at 2040. Not with the mathematics and the equations I've come up with. It's either going to be 2039 or 2038 or 2042. Those are the 2 years I have. Through the equations, through the mathematical equations of what he brought into the limelight. So, again, I'm not saying that this is going to be absolutely true, but I'm going to support the mathematics in all these layers of the tarot and the cards of illumination and numerology to show you possibilities. And the 2 years in Chinese of the years I have pegged for the Phoenix, 2038 is the year of the goat, the earth goat, and 2042 is tied to the year of the dog. I don't have it pegged at 2040 like he does, but it's kind of a ways off. Okay? But Antonio, you're right. Nobody knows till it happens, and I'm not a huge fan of predictions because you get crucified if you get them wrong. Right? These are just possibilities. No one knows for sure. When I was decoding it, and I went through. It's all about pi and phi, by the way, which I know Jason's a big fan of. When you look at and I'm going to show you the positions in pi of where the 138 is. That's how I got the 2038 and the 2042. It didn't land on 2040. It landed on 2038 and 2042. Those are the 2 years that I have it pegged at using that 138. That's what the numbers say. That's not my opinion. I'm going on the numbers now. Well, I guess you could say it's my opinion. Going on the numbers. 2038, 2042. And it has everything to do with Shiva the Destroyer. Everything. Everything. But there's a lot of referencing point to the Big Bang, the start of creation through that context, how a lot of us were raised in school. Think about there's a Big Bang going on inside of your body right now. It's called apoptosis. It's when these cells, ATP, when they create energy, you have this explosion. It's the same thing inside your engine. When you start your car up, inside the cylinder heads is an explosion. The spark plug mixing with the gas and air, it creates an explosion. It pushes the piston down, which moves the crankshaft, which moves the drive shaft, which moves the wheels of your car. Same situation. Same thing with our reality. Same thing with how this whole entire reality works. When you're doing the cha-cha-cha, when you're humping and you bust one, that's a Big Bang. That's what it is. That's why sex magic is so big, and it is used consciously in cultures. Because when you consciously use that energy, sex magic. So the whole aspect of the Big Bang is where you have this thrust of energy, this ejaculation, if you will, of energy. And you get the explosion and you get the movement of the game. That's what you get. And the a lot of the layers of the word architect lead into this explosion of energy. Because think about it, ladies and gentlemen, when you have a nuclear explosion, it's an architect. When you have this big bang, when you have this explosion, it flies matter, it removes, it cleans, it clears. And let me tell you right now, plutonium, you're going to see it. It's tied right to the Phoenix event. Plutonium. Plutonium is tied right to the Phoenix event that Brashears talks about from Archaics. Plutonium. Straight up. It's part of the Phoenix. When I did if you bring in the constellations, if you watch my Let's Talk About the Phoenix event, I showed there's a constellation called Phoenix. Guess where it sits? Right below Aquarius. Right below Aquarius. So from astronomy, you have the Phoenix rising through Aquarius, and then you got to figure out through astrology the placement of the celestials and just maybe where and what age that it's going to be in and where the placements of these celestials are going to be. But there you go. This is plutonium. This is Shiva. This is card number 16. Shiva equals 16. This is one of the cards. This is a card straight up of Shiva. The destroyer. See that right there? There's a big dick on there. It's a phallus. You see it right there? Let's just be real. What do you think that's going? That's like busting a nut right there through the sexual aspect. And then you go into the cosmology and you get the formation, the Big Bang, and the Trinity test, the Big Bang. Nuclear explosions, the Big Bang. Inside your body, you have cells, the Big Bang, going off all the time to create energy. Inside your car, when you start your car up, you have Big Bang going off in the cylinder head. Spark plugging gas with the air igniting. Big Bangs going on all the time in your cylinder heads to drive next time you drive your car, you should be giving thanks to your car. I mean, maybe you do. It's constantly causing Big Bangs, mini Big Bangs in your cylinder heads to drive and propel your car forward. Steven's saying about the strontium, element 38. I'm glad you did. Wait till I show you the connection of that. It'll blow your mind. Mankind is being used. That is my foundation and my final answer. You are being used. Some of you, I know, don't want to accept that. You will not accept that. And I know you're going to say that I'm full of shit and I'm an idiot and everything else under the sun. Awesome. Great. You're right. I get it. Some of you don't want to feel like you're being used because that means you're not in control of your life. I get that. But you see, you can't prove that you're in control of your life. You can't prove it. You can't even support it. It's just an opinion. But when you start to decode, you can see the trail of predestination ruling out your life. So rather than get mad at it, we got to make lemonade out of this. We got to figure out what our code is, et cetera, et cetera. Bates Tat 222. You know what the 222? See, this is interesting. The question is, could you please break down the 7 life path? Do you know what the 222 means? Why did you see? This is the question I would throw at you, Bates Tat 222. Why did you choose the 222? Did you choose it? And the answer would be, and emphatically, no, you did not. You know what chose it for you? Voice in your head did. You had the idea. And then you would have to ask the question, where'd that come from? Well, that's a good question. 222 is tied to have you seen John Wick 4? He had to climb 222 steps in Paris to get to the church on time, to have that lasting duel at the end at sunrise. 222. Anyway, he's asking, could you please break down the 7 life path? Sure. 7 life path. If you have a 7 birthday, this is going to pertain to you. What does 7 mean? Analyzing. If you bring 7 into the chakras, it's the crown. 7th day of the week is the Sabbath day. In theology, the 7th day is where God rested. So if you have a 7 life path, you're going to be somebody who analyzes life. It's a very mystical path because you're constantly questioning things. You're looking at your spirituality. You're looking at your analyzing everything. But your main construct with the life path, because the life path is your spirit, the spirit of God inside of you. And so your position as a 7 life path is to analyze the hell out of life. So you're like this critic. It's the sign of Libra. Libra is the scales of justice. So you're constantly weighing out, is it going to lean to one side? Is it going to lean to the other? See, as a 7 life path, you don't want to be like this. You don't want to be like that. You want to be balanced. 7 life path. You want to be here. You want to be in the very middle. But you're an analyst. You're the critic. 7. 7 equals 24 in numerology. That's tied to the Christ. Jesus in Greek numerology is 24. 24 hours in a day tied to the sun. That's why the crown sits at the sun sits at the crown position. Shines on your head at midday. Shines on your crown. 7 life path. 7 life paths, man. You're the mystic. You just look at it like this. You're God, and you just created all this glorious around you, all this gloriousness. You just created all the birds and the bees and the mosquitoes and the this and that and the grass and the trees and the shrubs, and that was 6 full days of work, and you're like, damn, that was a lot of work. And now it's Sunday. And you can't wait because it's your day off. You worked Monday through Saturday, and you can't wait to get off on Saturday. And you punch your Saturday comes around. You're off at 3. It's an early day. You get to get off at 3, and you can't wait. And you know Saturday comes. It's 3 o'clock, and you punch out, and you're done work. And you have that sigh of relief because you're like, I got a whole day tomorrow to hang out with my family or my kids, or I don't have to work. So it's fun. It's fun times, right? Now you just get to kick back. You don't have any pressure. It's chill, right? Because you're God, and you just did a whole 6 days of work. And now you get to chill on that 7th day. And what do you do on the 7th day? Well, if you have family, you're paying attention to your family. Maybe you're thinking about your previous 6 days, what you did right, what you did wrong, what you can do to improve upon for your next day coming out, for your next work week. That's what a 7 life path is. It's the great analyst. It's introspection. It's the mystic. 7. You're the scales of Libra, balance. 7. And if you're born on the 7th day, like Bobby is, you're going to have the same kind of aspects. You're going to have little pieces of this in your life. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, the 7th element on the periodic table is called nitrogen. Nitrogen is the primary layer of air that we breathe. Said that we breathe in 79% of the air we breathe is nitrogen. Of course, we're so programmed to think of oxygen. Oxygen being number 8, 21% is oxygen. The primary is nitrogen. Then you get some argon sprinkled in there. And I'm just going off of what, science. I'm regurgitating, but this is kind of well known that nitrogen is the primary air we breathe, not oxygen. Life path 8, you're here to deal with power. If you're so I'm a life path 8. So if you're a life path 8, what is 8 tied to? Tie it to as many things as you can. This is how you easily figure out astrology, numerology, etc. What's 8? Scorpio. What is Scorpio? Mars, Pluto. What are those? Underworld, crime, drama, serial killers, the occult, secrets. 8 life path. You're going to use that. That's where knowledge is. It's where the monsters hang out. 8, Taurus field. 8 is 2 zeros moved together. It's the infinity symbol. 8, it deals with, this is power. If you're an 8 life path, you're going to have to deal with power. You're going to have the rise and fall of your life. You may have a company, you may lose it to bankruptcy many times. You may create a fortune and lose it. See, when you know the power of the number 8, if you're riding that wave, you ride that sucker as long as you can. And if you lose it, you know that you're going to gain it all back again. That's the 8 life path. Up and down, up and down, up and down. But your main thoroughfare for the 8 life path is dealing with power. You're going to deal with power. So I'm an 8 life path. What is my power? I'm dealing with knowledge. What am I doing with it? Sharing it. Sharing the wealth. Making loaves of bread out of fish. Sharing it with people. It doesn't have to be for everybody, but that's what I'm doing. That's the 8 life path. If you have an 8 birthday, same thing. You know, you have the ability to create a fortune in life because you're dealing with power. $33 is an interesting number, right? Like I went over this before. Some lady got really offended. Because she asked me, is there any number higher than 33? Is there any life path higher than 33? And I said, well, it breaks, 33 is going to break down. 33, there are no numbers higher than the master number 33, but these are concepts in numerology, but ultimately these numbers are going to break down into a single digit, all of them. A lot of people, they have this, I'm a master 33, and they instantly and automatically are programmed, I get it, to say, well, I'm this head honcho person. No, not really. Everybody has the head honcho aspect to them. Every life path has significance to it. It has its ups and downs. 33 is going to reduce down to the number 6. 6 is Virgo, 6 is carbon, 6 is the cosmic mother. 6 is a family number. 6 is the last day of creation in theology. 33 is just kind of like a master creator in the sense through that 6th layer. So if you're considered a master number, everybody's a master number. So we need to unify rather than try to pull ourselves and say, I'm here and you're down. Oh, you're down there? Oh, because I'm a master life path, but you're down. No, everybody's the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You're going to be one of these. This is a good question. Would you have done things differently in decoding your my prison time to see the injustice system? I don't look at it that way. Like it's just part of my journey. But what I will say is that you see, there was no box for me to check off. There was no like opting out of the government, which there should be. See, because I'm like an outlaw. I don't know about you, ladies and gentlemen, I'm an outlaw. Seeing that I don't want to be part of that. And I shouldn't have to be part of that, because you should have gave me the option to check the box off to say, do you want this government rule over you? Hell to the no, I don't. Don't need you. I don't need you. So there is this concept of where I would love to check off the box and opt out. Don't need you kind of thing. Right? But as far as what I have done things differently in decoding, I can't go back to that area of my life and say, I woulda, coulda, shoulda. It just wasn't part of my programming at the time. But I can tell all of you, and I've been very authentic and open and transparent, going to prison was one of, I'm not going to say the, but one of the greatest things that ever happened to me. I made lemonade out of it. One of the greatest things that ever happened to me. So I don't regret it at all. Would I choose to do it again? Of course not, but it was one of the greatest things that ever happened to me. Chris 2, what do you think about the moon? Well, I just saw it earlier. I can see it. See, I'm a little different than some other people. Some other people think that everything outside of, like everything in the dark is an illusion. These concepts of illusion and what's real, am I an illusion? We can chalk this up as you seeing me on the screen right now, and guess what? I'm an illusion to you. Where do we draw the line with this illusion stuff? I got friends that they've bought equipment and they're now taking pictures of galaxies. Not the moon and stars and Jupiter and Kronos and Mars and Venus, freaking nebulas and galaxies. Is that all just an illusion? Are we just going to continually chalk up this stuff as like, well, it's just an illusion? Dude, I freaking see it. It's glorious and it's beautiful. Like saying it's an illusion and saying it's not real and that's like poop. That's like shitting on it. Like, where's the beauty in saying, damn, that looks amazing. That nebula looks amazing. Like the Horse Nebula, the Milky Way galaxy. Like, is this all just like, how about just, that's pretty freaking beautiful right there. But you get these people, there's no such thing as outer space. And you can't get you can't get outside the dome. Dude, you're just regurgitating. You've never been there. You're regurgitating what somebody else says. And I get it's your opinion, and this is just my opinion, but how about just we marvel at the beauty at what we see in the sky? How about maybe it's real? How about maybe it's just real? And there is a galaxy out there that there's other planets and there's other people and there's other entities. How about that? Why do we have to be just so like, no, that's not real? And just everything's all fake and illusory now. It's just, where are we going with mankind at this stage of the game? What happened to just marveling at how beautiful it is? I don't know. But there's just so many things you can look at, the Pleiades, all these stars and clusters and like, okay, I get it. It's not what we think it is, but why are we saying that it's not real? Christine's asking about the 213th. I was born on the 213th day of the year. Does it enhance my life path because it reduces down to a number 6? Well, it will definitely add to it for sure. But the 213, I like to look at these numbers in their full glory, if you will. So imagine, as a practitioner of numbers, as a fan of numerology, right? Yes, we can observe numbers broken down and end up in being a single digit. Yes. But what about that glorious 213 or 496 or 513 or 238? What about these? Like, imagine you're the number. See, as a practitioner, as a fan of numerology, I look at numbers as archetypes. Like it's real. Like if it could talk, it would have a personality to it. And that's how you read numerology, is you read numbers as if they have a personality. Just like you do. Like, what does the number 1 mean? Me. I am. My ego. Then you have the tarot, it's the magician. So you're slinging your magic. Through your identification, through your ego. That's what 1 means. 1, the savior, Neo, all that stuff, right? So 213. 2 is pairing with the 3, and the 1's pairing with the 1 and the 3. 213. That's an identification. Yes, it will go down to the number 6. The boss of the 213, if you want to work it this way, will be the number 6. 2 plus 1 plus 3 is 6. But what about that glorious 213? If it walked through your door, hey, it's 213, what's going on? What is the 213? What kind of energy is that expressing? This is the same thing with you. If you show up at the door, you're going to have a personality. Well, these numbers have personalities to them. So then you study the 2, the 1, and the 3, and you combine it all together, and that's the energy you're getting combined into one lump sum. 2, 1, 3. You can say 213, but 2, 1, 3. 2 being duality, 1 being ego and identification, and 3 being creativity. You combine that all together, and you have this beautiful melting pot of an archetype. So that's kind of how I view numbers. From the single digits to composite numbers being double digits to the triple digits, et cetera, et cetera. Dress, it's got to be on your end because my streaming here is... I have no drop frames, and I have super fast internet, so it's probably on your end. Yeah. Free 333 man, but no one has been out of space. What if the simulation is a firmament? That's what. Yeah, I mean, there's all these questions. What about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? But you go buy some amateur astronomy equipment, and you point it up to the sky, and you start to see the stars and the planets and the galaxies, and you could say it's a simulation. Okay, well then you have to define simulation. Like, is this a simulation? You can definitely say that. What is the definition of simulation? Let's go to that. Let's define it. What is the simple definition of simulation? The representation or the functioning of one system. That's what Merriam-Webster says. Imitation or a situation or process. The action of pretending. Simulation. And what runs a simulation? It's a model of something, especially for the purpose of study. Do you think we're being studied? When you run a simulation into a computer system, what does it do? It spits out results. So we have to define these words instead of just regurgitating. Yeah, it's a simulation. Yeah, but what does simulation mean? What does it mean to you, simulation? Am I real? First, you got to define simulation, and then my question is Logan real? Am I really speaking here, or is it just all? Am I all just doing all this wizardry to get one past you? There's no mocking going on here. I'm being authentic with all of you. I'm as real as it gets. You can call me on the phone, and I'd answer. So, is it a simulation? We need to define what simulation means. See. My definition of simulation is mankind's being used for the observation. The simulation being you're being observed to see what happens. Maybe, just maybe through the reactions that you get out of the things that are put in front of you. But I don't think people are really looking at the definitions of these words. They're just regurgitating it because it sounds good. Yeah, that sounds good. It's a simulation. Yeah, but what does simulation mean? So is the galaxy, is the Horse Nebula, is that a simulation? Well, what does a simulation mean? The sparkle of a star, is that a simulation? What does a simulation mean? Is the food you're about to eat, is it a simulation? You could take it that far. Is there any difference between the pizza that I'm going to eat being a simulation or the planet Jupiter? Is there any difference? Well, I can eat the pizza, so I know it's not a simulation. Dude, come on. So it just depends on what you define as simulation. Simulation to me means running a program to see what the results are going to be, to spit it out. That's what a simulation means to me. But nonetheless, make no mistake about it, my 1 + 1 = 2 is you're in a movie and you're being watched. And life's predestined. So the movie's already set. Like when I watch Chicago PD, if I turn on an episode of Chicago PD, guess what? You can't change the scene. You can't change the episode. It's already been written. It's already been acted out. The actors and actresses already played their parts. The producers and directors already did what they needed to do. It's already been edited. It's already been the final product's already been done. It's already been rendered. It's already out on whatever show you're going to watch it on. You can't change it. Well, in my opinion, this reality works the same way. It's already been plotted and planned. You're just along for the ride. Same circumstances. So when you say simulation, yeah, then you could bring in the layer of like you're being observed to see maybe what you're going to do, but there's very little wiggle room. Even, let me just pull this up. Look at this. Even this right here, this band, you know this song, Limelight by Rush? I don't know how many times I got to show this. I'm going to show it again to show you we live in a scripted reality. And I can tell you, like, so this is Rush, Limelight, the lyrics. And let me go to Eddie Money, 2 Tickets to Paradise. Okay, so here's 2 Tickets to Paradise. You know that song, I've got 2 tickets to paradise. Won't you pack your bags and leave tonight? Right there. Well, is it maybe Eddie Money is trying to mock you and pork you and to get one past you, because maybe he's a Mason. He might be a Jesuit, Eddie Money. He could be working for the Society of Jesus. Okay? That could be possible. But then you'd have to bring Rush into this. Getty and Neil Peart. Okay? See, when you count these lyrics, this right here, line item number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, and number 9 is where he first says, living in the limelight, the universal dream, is the same exact line item where Eddie Money sings, I've got 2 tickets to paradise. Line item number 9. Huh. So Eddie Money's telling you he's got 2 tickets to paradise, and Rush is telling you you're in the limelight, you're on the stage. Are these guys trying to pork you? Or maybe they're just trying to tell you, and they don't even, listen, these people are not plotting and planning to get this like this. What is the number 9? It's the repeater number. Why line item number 9? Why line item number 9, folks? Why? Well, let me show you why through the tarot. As I've shown so many times, I'll show it again, straight up. Because the 9 of Hearts is the 9th card in the deck, right here. So this is tied to living in the limelight, and I've got 2 tickets to paradise. The 9 of Hearts is the 9th card in the deck, tied to that line item number 9. And then when I correlate that to the tarot, ladies and gentlemen, you have the, of course I can't, oh, there it is. The 9 of Cups. You know what this card means right here? Wishes, hopes, and dreams being fulfilled. This is wish fulfillment. I've got 2 tickets to paradise. Won't you pack your bags and leave tonight? Living in the limelight, the universal dream. Wishes, hopes, and dreams being fulfilled. This is spirit coming down to play the game. Wishes, hopes, and dreams being fulfilled. Folks, you're in a movie, man. You're in a movie. I don't know. How about the show Squid Game? Do you see this? Did any of you see the show Squid Game? The show Squid Game, the old man. He goes through the whole entire game, and at the very end, and I broke this down in one of my decodes. The old man finally reveals himself. He's the owner of the game. And he says, won't you greet the guests? He's talking to his manager. He's like, but sir, why don't you? He's like, and then he goes on to say, there's more fun playing than watching. Alluding to the fact that Spirit says, you know what? That game of life down there on earth, that show, the greatest show on earth, there's more fun going down there and being a part of it than just sitting there being an observer of it. I've got 2 tickets to paradise. Won't you pack your bags and leave tonight? Living in the limelight. You get all your wishes, hopes, and dreams being fulfilled. You're being used as a character. God, it's just so easy to see. And it's the greatest outcome. It relieves so many burdens. So many burdens it relieves, because then you don't have to defend your position. You don't have to try to prove anybody wrong. You don't have to get angry at people. It's just so beautiful. I'm going to break down Living in the Limelight, the song Limelight, Geddy Lee, and their video right from their damn YouTube channel. And I'm going to do a timestamp like I have done with The Truman Show. I've done it with bands. Done it with The Matrix. And Rush. Right when he says it. Living in the Limelight, man. It's tied to the 157. Right when he says living in the limelight, 157, that's tied to the GD element, gadolinium, the simulation. I mean, come on. It's just so obvious. And it just alleviates so many burdens. If you've been living through these burdens of trying to be right and trying to prove everybody else wrong, it doesn't get you anywhere. There's nothing to win. You're not going to win anything. So if you find somebody that's out to like really hammer you, try to tell you that you're wrong and saying that they're right, they don't have it figured out. And that's my opinion. Because then it's all Mandelbrot set, right? So for when I say, if someone's sitting there and they're just hammering people and they're angry at the world, they're hammering people, and if they're not, the people that are not doing what they're doing, they're criticizing them and they're defaming their character and they're putting them down and they're just really not. My opinion is that they don't have it figured out, and that's a Mandelbrot set. That's me trying to be right, and I'm just keeping it real. But what position would you rather be in, ladies and gentlemen? Which one's more comfortable? Not trying to defend anything that you're doing. Just live a life of high ethics, of high morals. You don't need to defend your position. You don't need to go and prove anybody wrong. You're not here to wake anybody up. Just go do you. That's it. Which one's the more better scenario? Or would you rather be in the trenches, beating people up because they don't live by your standards, your ethics, and your morals? Is that any fun? Not to me, it ain't. Even the people that say like the non-player characters, like this buzzword going around. What we could easily say that we all were that. See, it's a game changer when you can realize like when you're saying, oh, those NPCs, well, guess what? You used to be one. What is that? No, I was never, no, I wasn't soulless. No, but you were asleep. You didn't know what was going on. Isn't that the same thing as being soulless? Not knowing what the hell's going on? Being asleep? I used to be one of those people. Every single one of you here used to be an Agent Smith in the context. You were defending the Matrix and you didn't even know it in the context of that story of the Matrix. And then you awoken one day. But you see, what's not really fair is you criticizing and blaming the people that are in those positions that you used to be in. How ethically and high morally is that, to be in that position, to be that kind of character? To sit there and judge the very people that you used to be in those same positions. And we're all guilty of that. We're all guilty of it. So when you can take the blinders off and not be that way anymore and realize like, hey, I used to, and flip it. How do you flip it and make lemonade out of it? Be grateful that you're not in that position anymore. That's how you make lemonade out of it. You can look at that and say, damn, I used to freaking be one of those people. And I'm so glad I'm not anymore. Bam! Now you just made lemonade out of your life without judging people for what they're doing. Because maybe they're the sour lemons right now, but you see there's no contrast without the sour lemons. See, if everybody was on your level, I know, if you'd be like, man, if everybody was just on my level, yeah, well, what about it? What if everybody was on your level? What if every single person did exactly everything you did? Do you think life would have any contrast? No, it would be freaking boring. So you should be happy that there's people that are asleep. You should be happy that there's what we call NPCs. You should be happy that there's the contrast in life because it gives you the ability to make lemonade out of it by looking at your life and saying, man, I'm grateful. I am super grateful that I'm not in those positions anymore. I used to be in those positions. It gives you the ability to be grateful, folks. And that's what this whole reality, in my opinion, is based upon. This is my opinion. Gratitude. Gratitude. That's where it's at. Not blaming, not accusing, not defaming. To me, that is the worst way to live out life. That is not living a life of slightly out. That is not, if you go on alkaline and acid, if you go on the acid alkaline scale, those people that are defaming and blaming and criticizing and calling people this and doing that, that's so acid energy, folks. That's not fun. That is not fun energy, man. Just go focus on the scale of alkalinity, pH scale. What is your blood pH at? 7.3 to 7.4. That's right in the, almost in the dead center of the heart space. You can't be in your heart space when you're, oh, this person's that and this person's this and it's their fault and it's them, it's they. They're the ones that are screwing me over. That's all. You're down at the freaking pits of hell, man. You're in fire zone. You're in acid zone. You're no better off than the people that you're attacking and blaming. You're on the same merry-go-round. When you stop doing that and you raise up the frequency and you're up here in the heart space, you don't need to defend. You just turn that off. You just turn it off. It's like, it's not part of my existence anymore. That's not fun. See, a lot of people, they sacrifice love in their life so they can be right. That's what they do. And I'm just regurgitating. I'm a big fan of Werner Erhard and his amazing mind, because I've listened to him so many times. So I'm a kind of a fan student of him. And he says, I'll bet that anywhere where you're trying to be right, you're sacrificing love in your life. Like when you get into an argument with your wife or husband or boyfriend or girlfriend, when you're trying to be right and prove them wrong, you're sacrificing love. That's what you're doing. I get it. Because you don't want to be wrong. How do you make lemonade out of that? Just by saying, let's just agree to disagree? I know that's very vanilla, but studying your partner to see where they're coming from. It may not be the ultimate way for you, but at least you can see the way they're coming, and then you can do that live and let live. And then as Jordan, love is allowing. Jordan from Water, big shout out, Jordan from Waters Above. Love is allowing. When you can get into that space, whoo, you raise the frequency, you raise your gratitude, because then you're just gonna go do, you go do you, and that's love is allowing. I don't have to like it, but I'm just gonna turn it off. Simple as that. Lisa says, what if you are right? Yeah, of course you're right. Of course you're right. Everybody here is right. Everybody. That was a big revelation in my life. It was a big leveling up moment for me when I realized everybody's right. If you think about that philosophically, right? Everybody's right. Even the person that you know is like, you're going to be like, no, but they're wrong. That's you trying to be right. And when you say they're wrong and they're idiots and morons and you start going on that projection, you're sacrificing love. Now you're not being loving. Now you're not love is allowing. Now you're judging and criticizing, even if you don't even say it. Some of you are great at just doing the mind chatter, and I'm guilty of this. You don't say it, but you think it. Same thing. When you graduate, when you do DNA activation upgrades, it's when you get rid of the chatter and you don't go there. Love is allowing. Like, you don't know what's going on in that person's life. Maybe they're going through some tough times. So someone's asking me about human design and the reflector, which is what, 1 or 2% of the world's population are reflectors. The reflectors are the chameleons. Let's go through the 5 types of the human design, right? Reflectors, they are the chameleons. The reflect back. I'm going to make it really simple. Don't try to maximize this. Reflectors, reflection, chameleon, they can become whatever. Adaptation. So reflectors, reflection, chameleon, adaptation. And then you can't just stop there at the human design. You got to look at your astrological map. You got to look at your life path. You got to look at your human design, your Enneagram. You got to look at your personality type. See how many layers this is? It's not like you look, if the engine doesn't work in your car and you pop the hood and you're trying to diagnose it, you don't just look at the battery and say, oh, it's not the battery. Let's just throw the car away. No, there's so many layers to it. What could it be wrong with the car? So reflectors, reflection, chameleon, adaptation. Generators, making up the majority of the population. That's what I am, a generator. Generators are the workaholics. Generators are what you pull the cord on and they create energy. Generators are the ones that are the workaholics that create stimuli to throw out onto the world stage to see what sticks. That's the generator type. The one thing you don't want to do as a generator is chase anything. You don't need to chase anything as a generator. You need to get good at consciously knowing when to pull the plug and walk away, because you'd be like, you know what, that's not it. Then you have the manifesting generators. Manifesting generators are the types that have manifestor and generator. So the same rules apply for the manifesting generator as it does the generator. Don't chase shit. Got to know how to get good at that. Manifesting generators, to me, have the ability to be that, like, rub the genie lamp and the genie pops out and the genie's like, what is your wish? And you'd be like, just let me be the genie. I'm going to take over your job. Manifesting generator, right? So you have the ability to use your creative visualization and then work with that and be kind of a one-man, one-woman show. Manifesting generator. Then you have the manifestors, and their job is to initiate, because manifestors have the ability to really use their creative insights. So initiation is what you need to be doing as a manifestor, making up about 21%, 25%, something like that. And then you get the projectors. And the projectors are the ones that are the guides, the counselors. The projectors have to wait for the invitation. That can be a tricky one. Because what does that mean? Like, what do you mean wait for the invitation? Do I have to just wait for everybody to invite me? No, but if you're somebody who's a counselor or a guide, and you got to look at your astrological map, numerology, Enneagram. You got to look at other facets, cards of illumination, tarot, to get the picture, the more detailed aspect of who you are as a projector. The guides and counselors. The projectors came into this world to make the world a better place. That's what the projector is. So if you're a projector and you're somebody who's a healer, all that kind of stuff, there is a way, I feel like there's a way to manipulate the being invited, and that is you just, hey, the question you would ask people is, hey, can I show you something? And if somebody says, yeah, there's your invitation. So there's a way to manipulate it. Give it a try. But projectors are there to be the guides and counselors. You are here to make the world a better place through the aspects of your visualizations, et cetera, et cetera. But you got to look at other placements in your astrological map. And this is for everybody, though. You can't just use one system. You can, but you wouldn't be serving yourself very well if you did. You want to rely on all systems. Like, I want to get as many systems as I can get my hands on. Abso-freaking-lutely. That's me. As many layers as I can get my hands on. How do you become a good mechanic? If you're somebody who's a mechanic and you fix cars, what makes you really good at becoming a mechanic? You know all the parts of the car. Every car's different. Toyota, Isuzu, Chevy. The engine's all the same. Alternator, pulleys. Yeah, they have these moving parts, but then they have the diagnostics and the computer systems. But some of them have different pieces to the engine. So when you get really good as a mechanic, you've blanketed all these different brands. Same thing with your code, folks. If you want to really level up and have the best life that you possibly can, you want to know all the layers of your onion, as many as you can get your hands on. Hubert says, if people ran into the underground, I don't know if you're asking me this, because if people ran into underground cities due to cataclysm events, how can we say those events didn't make man schizoid? Are we operating on base consciousness? Well, people are operating on fear. So let's lay the foundations down. First and foremost, the question for the foundation is, do you fear death? And I would imagine everybody's answer is going to be yes, because if you had a gun to your head, you'd probably be fearful. But the overall consensus, have you got to the point where, how do you fear about life? What is your definition of life and death? Do you believe you're a mortal spirit? Do you believe that you're just going to transmute, move on to the next thing? What are your beliefs? See, we need to get the foundations. This is the thing that a lot of people don't do, lay their foundations down. See, my foundation is you're being used. You live in a predestined reality. That's my foundation. Now, if you don't agree with the same foundations, well, then how can we have a conversation? That's going to be one-to-one here. It's going to be very challenging. If you don't believe in predestination, if you think you have full control over your life, it's going to be very challenging for me to have a conversation with you, because my foundation is way different than yours. And that's okay. That's totally fine. So the thing is, are you operating from fear? See, some of these questions that some of you ask, like again, and I'm not saying good or bad here, but I'm saying evaluate where your life is. The questions you're asking, are you basing your reality in a fear-based position? I used to heavily be involved, like running, pole shift. And, you know, I was a huge fan of Alex Jones back in the day. Now I just see him as a stand-up comedian. So I made lemonade out of that. Can you imagine being that guy? Stressful. That's what makes me grateful of my life. Because I wouldn't want that code. I wouldn't want that character. That's torture. That's a torturous life. Oh, big shout. What's up, Jay Dreamers? From the great state of Colorado, I believe. He's asking about the number 1027. I don't think that's a prime number. Let me just look. I remember you talking about this in our podcast. Yeah, it's not a prime number, so it's a composite number, and the next number in line prime-wise is 1031. That's tied to mind control, but it is the 100, and so that 1027 is going to be tied to the 173, which is going to be tied to the number 70, which is going to be tied to the pentagram, the pentagonal number. But the 1027, when you drop the 0, is 127, and 127 is the 31st prime number. That, when you go to the periodic table, it's going to be tied to the element tellurium and tellus, which means earth, right? And that's about as much as I can tell you with that, man. Let me see if I go to the... let's see if I can get you another clue. No, I don't see it. I'm not really finding it in Phi. Okay, I'm gonna throw something at you that's kind of way out there, and I'm almost sure that it's tied to Houston, but let me just double check. Yeah. So this may be very vanilla for you, Jay. But 1027 through sine and cosine waves, which are the fingerprints of each number, is 29 and 95. That's the latitude, longitude of Houston. So I don't know what that means for you. I know that's very vanilla, but have you thought about going to Houston? Do you have any people that live there? Any friends there? Have you had the itch? Has it called your name? How far away is it from where you live? I would do the distance between to see what kind of numbers you get in there. Like if you go to distancebetween.com and you type in wherever you're at in Colorado to Houston, it'll give you a number. That number may have significance to your life. And the last thing I can tell you, 39, King of Diamonds. I mean, it is also tied to being a CEO or boss. You know, I know you kind of do your own thing, so there's that right there. But that's kind of what I got. I don't know. The Houston thing, maybe you need to go to Houston. I don't know. Hopefully that helps you. It's really hard to kind of triangulate these numbers that we see as individuals, because a lot of people, this is probably the biggest question I get asked. People say, what do these numbers mean in my life? And it's so hard unless I kind of look at the whole scope of your life and see what your code looks like, astrology, numerology, and what you're seeing these numbers for. Like, I'm a decoder, so for me, I'm looking at every angle that I can. What's your high school mascot? What's the numerology of the high school mascot? What's the address of your high school? What's the telephone number of the hospital you were born in? What's the latitude, longitude of the hospital you were born in? What are the main roads that run through there? What's the first house address? What's the numerology of that mean? When you start to break down all these layers, you may find a connection to whatever number it is that you're seeing over and over, and that may correlate to something and spark something inside of you to figure out exactly what it means for you. So that's all I got. That's what I got. Debbie's asking, could fear of death be tied to could fear of death be tied to the death we experienced in past life? Maybe. Possible. You know, I'll share this with all of you, being very transparent, being authentic, right? When I first got here to Puerto Morelos, and Santos was here, and Danny was here, and the whole tribe was here, I went to do a temazcal with them, which is basically, it's a ritual Mayan culture where you go into this stone hut and they put these hot coals in there, and it's like a sauna, right? And you're in the jungle. And so I went in there, and you have to kind of crawl in. It's like the entrance is very small. You have to get on your hands and knees to crawl through. And when I went in there, and I think there was like maybe 4 or 5 of us in there. It was like Anne-Marie, Danny, Santos, and somebody else. And when they put the hot coals in there, then Santos closed there's like a black cloth that covers the doorway, and it made it almost pitch black in there. And I started to freak out. And I'm not afraid of the dark, but it was the combination of the high heat, and then I couldn't see. And I just started to kind of freak out. And so I told her within 5 minutes, I'm fighting it. And after 5 minutes, I was like, hey guys, I got to get the hell out of here, man. I can't stay in here. So Anne-Marie was by the door, and I was like, can you just like move? And as soon as she moved the blanket and made the light come in just a sliver, I was cool. It was the weirdest thing. And so I correlate that to kind of like, you know, like maybe having some fear of past life stuff. You know, for me, that kind of moved into and truncated into being claustrophobic, being in tight spaces. If I go like MRIs, forget it. Oh, like when I have something like really close to my face, I freak the hell out. So I correlated that to maybe I was buried alive in a past life. So, I don't know. That's kind of how I correlate it. Someone's asking me on the number 101. 101 is the 26 prime number. 101 is tied to the portal. 101 is the room number that Neo was in when he opened the door when they asked him to go party with them. When the guy in the beginning scenes of The Matrix, I don't know, like 20 minutes in, they come to pick up, and he paid him like $2,000. He opens the door, it's room number 101. I covered this in my red pill, Decoded. The 101. It's tied to the portal. It's tied to the underworld. But it's the 26 prime number, and the 26 card in the Cards of Illumination is the King of Clubs. And the King of Clubs is tied to the word source and occult. So there's a lot of ways to look at the number 101. The one with the O in the middle, that 0 can also be looked at as the portal, and the two pillars on each side of the circle, the 101. But it is the 26 prime number, and it's also tied to the number 44. In alchemy, the element ruthenium is the 44th element, and it has an atomic weight of 101 for its average, and the word underworld equals 44. So Neo is in room number 101, going down into the underworld. Light War is asking about Greek gods. Could you please let us know which Greek gods correspond to individual celestial bodies and planets? I mean, the list is pretty big, right? I would imagine you're talking about Zeus, Jupiter, Aries, Mars, Aphrodite, Venus. Is that what you're talking about? Reset's asking about the 33, man. It's I couldn't tell you. There's so many. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, you know, when you go down into the hole, when you go down into the rabbit hole, and I know every one of you have, you're going to realize that everything's possible. You're going to realize down at the bottom of the hole, it's pretty lonely, because most people are up there having a good time in bliss. That's why ignorance is bliss is so valuable. Right? It's more fun where ignorance is like, oh, who cares? Like, I don't care. I don't really care. People. So there is value to ignorance as bliss. But when you go down the rabbit hole, you realize that everything down in the hole is a possibility. And then it gets really messy after that. Because with all these endless supplies of possibilities comes the endless supply of everything being potentials. So when somebody says, I'm seeing this number, I'm seeing that number, it's like, God, where do I begin? What does the 33 mean? I remember back in the day when I started my decoding career, I was that person blaming, you know, it's the Masons, 33. I started with that regurgitation. Now I know better. Because we know like the capital G in Latin is the 33rd letter. So you can take the 33, attach it to the G, which is in the middle of the square and compass, and then you could say it's the Masons. But that's so old news. It's so watered down and it's so regurgitated. It's like a year's worth of throw up sitting there. So it's really hard, because then, you know, you have 33 being tied to arsenic on the periodic table. And arsenic being tied to Jesus and Lucifer. Where do you go from there? So it's just really, really hard. Really, really hard to tell you what that means for you. Trying to find something for all of you, but I can't find it. see if I can find this. Let's see. What are my thoughts on the Mandela effect? I've experienced it. The biggest Mandela effect for me, some of them are iffy, right? But the biggest Mandela effect for me personally was The Risky Business. The movie Tom Cruise was in, I think it was 1983? Let me see. I should probably decode this since this is the one that really stands out for me. 1983. Risky Business. And I remember distinctly the main scene of Risky Business. Tom Cruise slides into the living room and the song by Bob Seger, Old Time Rock and Roll, is playing, and he's going through that whole skit and scene and he's singing it, and he's in a pair of skivvies, white underwear, white socks, and he's got a button-up shirt, and he had black Ray-Bans on. Well, if you go watch that scene now, there's no black Ray-Bans. And I can't prove it, right? Because you can't find that video anymore, but I'm 1,000% sure that he was wearing Ray-Bans. And that was the big thing for me for Mandela effect. So I've gone over the whole Mandela effect, and I've kind of alluded to the fact that you're seeing the crossover of ages, and I think this is the reason why we're having these Mandela effects. We're having kind of blips and blurps. And then you can also take into consideration you have CERN digging into the quantum with the Large Hadron Collider, and that may be causing some of these blips and blurps, et cetera, et cetera. So. Yeah, Teresa, definitely was black Ray-Bans, man. I mean, Serrano says The Truman Show. I'm not sure what your question is on that. But I mean, you go study, I should break this down. This would probably be a big one. It came from Nelson Mandela, right? Nelson Mandela is where it all kind of came from. He was born on July 18th. I started to break this guy down. He's an 82 for his... And the guy won a Nobel Prize. It was named after him. Yeah, it doesn't have his mother's name, so it's hard to get the numerology. Noseki Fanny. Okay, maybe. I can't remember what it was for Nelson Mandela, but I think his name is 102, which is Pandora's box, but it's so loosely watered down on that position there. Yeah, you see, most of you know, man, it was the freaking black Ray-Bans that he was wearing. He slides into the damn living room. I remember it. Slides into the living room, and he starts dancing around, going on his back, moving all around. And he had the Ray-Bans on, man, and now he doesn't. And that was the biggest Mandela effect for me. Bell Sprout's asking about the number 108. Well, there's many layers to that, right? We go to alchemy. 108 is going to be tied to the 47th element called silver, as in the silver screen. 108, drop the 0, you get 18. The word Jesus equals 18. The word Christ equals 18 in numerology. This is why I have said and why I have supported using this entire context. You are Jesus, male or female. That's why Jesus was kind of feminine. It pushes into the feminine aspect, androgynous. And your screenplay is your cross that you carry. You don't need to defend it. It's yours. It's yours and yours only. So 108 is tied to the movie. You're in the movie. It's the silver screen, silver having that atomic weight of 108. These alchemical elements, they give you bridges and clues when you tie them into numerology and the cards and tarot. So the 108 for me, the 108 for me, tells me very, very crystal clear that you're in a movie. You're on the silver screen. That's why Hollywood is called the silver screen. All right. The first clone had to be a sheep that we know of. So I got a decode coming out on, let me just show all of you. Since I got this open. See this right here? I know it's a mess. This is kind of how I kind of save my folders, but this guy right here. This will probably be scripted reality part 16. I already did 15. It's out on the Patreon. But this guy right, you know this guy right here? Philo Farnsworth. You know what he created? Television. You're on television. I'm going to show you this guy didn't have a choice. Another scripted reality. This guy. Okay? I'm going to show you. From the patent to his name being 102. 102 is Pandora's box. Pandora's box, the television screen. Showed this already many, many times. What it means to be a human being. 102 is tied to Pandora's box, tied to Venus. Venus is Pandora's box, which is about screwing. It's about looking for love. And this guy right here created it. The freaking television screen. Got the patent and everything. Didn't have a choice. More scripted reality, folks. I got that one. I got this one that I'm working on. Oh yeah. Folks, it's endless. It's absolute, it's a bottomless pit. It's endless, this decoding. I got decodes for years to do. Honestly. No kidding. I can pump out 3-4 a week and it's endless. To show you we live in a scripted, predestined reality. Philo Farnsworth, who created the television, didn't have a choice in creating the television. Pink Floyd didn't have a choice about coming together and being the band Pink Floyd. Twisted Sister, Michael Jackson, Led Zeppelin didn't have a choice. Moonian is asking, what are some of the cheat codes to this place? There aren't any cheat codes. There's just codes. That's it. No cheat codes. All right, we're getting to the tail end of this. What else can I show you? I have so many decodes, folks. I got so many freaking decodes to come out with. I got one on being a cannibal. I got vampire. It's just ridiculous. So if you want to know like the life of Logan, you know, my life, and like, well, how do you decode and all that kind of stuff? Well, here's another one. This is what my folders look like. You see, I collect all my stuff. Remember this show, Full House? Remember this show? You ever watch this show, Full House? You know what it means? It means Earth. Earth is a full house. Here's the actual address, the street of where the actual house is in San Francisco. 1709. 179 is the 41st prime number, tied to the Elohim. 68 is tied to Gematria, the killing name. Folks, it's ridiculous. A full house. I got this deco I'm working on. It's so funny. It's a full house. It's just so funny. Oh man, this place is a vacation spot for the God or spirit or whatever, man. Mildred saying, in that case, what is the point of living? Everything is in the point of living, Mildred. Life's amazing. Because once you can see the humor in it, life becomes even much more blissful. Then you stop paying attention to all the nonsense and the dirty laundry, and you're just like, there's no fun in that. It's like people say, like, what do you do with your time, Logan? What do you do? Like, I decode, but then I'm outside. I go to the beach. I'm enjoying the water, the sunshine. I go out. I feed the animals. I'm going to observe nature, looking at ants, spiders. I'm studying nature. That's the point. Maybe just that's where the free will lies. Where I get to use my free will and say, you know what, I'm not going to get drawn into the energy vampire called the mainstream news and politics and the war and government and state and all that nonsense. I'm going to turn all that garbage off, and I'm going to use a little bit of the free will, and I'm going to go to the beach and the sunshine. I'm going to go feed the stray animals, help out, be like God, help out nature, study stuff, smell the grass, look at the trees, study it. That's what I'm going to do. That's the point. And then I'm going to look at the comedy and everybody else trying to run around like they're chicken with their head cut off, trying to figure it out. That's pure comedy to me. People get so sucked in and so serious about life when it's not serious at all. It's just a joke. I love it. Yeah, Reef Niwa, I love life, man. I love life more than I've ever loved it. Because it's a joke to me. Because I can look at things and I can be grateful that I'm not there anymore. When you have a high state of gratitude, you can look at other places in reality of where you used to be. And I'm like, oh, I'm so glad I'm not there anymore. Like chasing that and trying to be like that. And it's so beautiful. And then turning all the nonsense off and turning on really what has meaning and bearing in life. You know? Yeah, that's a good point. So the U channel says paradise found. Yeah, you know that guy Milton, John Milton? He's got that book called Paradise Lost. That's negative shit. How about make lemonade out of that? Let's, like what U channel says, paradise found. Exactly. Flip the script. Paradise lost? Well, okay. Well, I got paradise found over here. What you got? See how easy it is to flip it? But you can't do that if you're knee deep in the hoopla of politics and government and worrying about what they're going to do, and it's the World Economic Forum, and Klaus Schwab's coming to get you with his Darth Vader cloak, and they're plotting and planning, and it's the Jesuits coming to get you. It's not fun. It's not fun, folks. All right, what's one last thing I can show you? Then we'll do some cards and we'll get the hell out of here. Call it a night. Let's see, what do I got? One last thing I can show all of you. Folks, I have endless supply of decodes. I got Amityville Horror coming, Amityville Decoded coming out. I got CERN coming out, Decoded. I mean, I got so much stuff. It's just, it's bottomless. Jesus Lucifer, the final breakdown. I got that coming out. Lake of Fire. That one coming out. Morning Star, Original Sin. Here, I'll do this one on the fly here. Let's just have some fun, right? So if you're here, you're one of the fortunate ones to watch this. Okay, let's show you this, and then we're going to pull some cards. Let me show you how ridiculously scripted this reality is. You ready? All right, here we go. You ever see this show right here, The Good Place? I love this show. I love it. It was probably one of the best thought of concepts. The Good Place. And they casted Ted Danson, who I was a huge fan of because he was the main guy for Cheers. I loved that show growing up. They cast him to play Archangel Michael. Now, the guy who created it was this guy right here, Michael Schur, who has a Jewish background, of course. Okay. But anyway, they casted Ted Danson to play Archangel Michael, who plays God, the afterlife supposedly. And here's his birthday, 1947. Of course, Tetragrammaton is 47. So there's the Jewish aspect. The Dead Sea Scrolls were found in the Qumran caves in 1946/1947. Here's his birth card, the Two of Hearts. The Two of Hearts is the Two of Cups, and that's contracts. This card right here means the doppelganger, contracts. The two, you and the architect, you and God, the contract with God. There it is. This is card 38. Right? This is the guy they casted to play this damn main character. And here's his birth certificate name. 67. 67 is the 19th prime number, and that's the sun. Archangel Michael, Jesus, the sun. Hello. Isn't this hilarious? I mean, are you kidding me? Come on. They're all in on it. All these people are in on the conspiracy to get exactly these outcomes, just like this. That's why she's looking this way. Yeah, she's like, can you believe this? And then the original release date for this show was on the 19th. There's the sun, right? The sun being the architect, being Archangel Michael, this is why Jesus walks on water. It's just so funny. 67's tied to holmium, the most magnetic element. Ho, 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 it's the Santa Claus. Santa Claus coming down the chimney from the sun. Just so funny. This is the card for the September 19th, the 5 of clubs, card 18, tied to Jesus, tied to Archangel Michael, who they casted to play this. Jesus tied to the sun. It's just so funny, this whole thing. Here's the tarot card that it converts into, the 27th card in the deck, the 5 of wands, which means fighting. That's exactly what you're going to get. Everybody thinks they know what's heaven. Heaven's like heaven and hell. This is tied to Jupiter. So here's the good place. This is probably the funniest one. The good place being 55. The 55th card in the tarot is, I'm not playing anymore. Because when you watch this show, it's really not the good place. That's the joke. And it's supposed to represent Earth. So here it is right here. The good place. This is the cosmic joke. Do you want to play? Are you Nah, I'm done. I'm done, right? Here's Michael Schur, who created this amazing show. Born on the 29th. They casted Danson, who's born on the 29th. Here's his card. October 29th, same as December 25th, which is tied to the Jesus Christ. I found this when he was 47. 47's tetragrammaton. These are all subtle clues. Look at what his birth certificate name is, 66, to match the latitude, longitude of Bethlehem, 31 and 35 is 66, to match the birth card of December 25th, which is the 42nd card in the deck, which is life, the universe, everything. Come on, this guy didn't choose it. Like, his parents didn't sit down and name him this like that. To get it out like this, come on. It's just so funny, ladies and gentlemen. And there you go. His birthday, October 29th, being on the 302nd, 303rd day of the year. Jesus crucified at 303 or 33. Come on. Really? You're in a scripted damn reality. This guy, you could become consciously aware, of course. But come on, to get all these layers like this guy didn't choose his birthday. It's because it's predestination, folks. People don't have choices. Like, you think you have all these choices. This guy didn't have a choice. Neither did Ted Danson. Neither did she. It's all predestination. It's all predestination, folks. All of it. And that is what I would take to court if I had to support my position on predestination. I would take all these layers of decoding and I would show continuously bands and movie and people and places and things to support that we live in a predestined scripted reality, and that's the final answer. That's my final answer. Is that your final answer? That's my final answer. All right. That's right. Good job, Steven. 1999. We're going to party like it's 1999 is the 303rd prime number. Yeah, Prince. He was being used as well. I broke down Prince. Prince Decoded on my channel. Go check it out. Guy didn't have a choice. Pretty amazing code, you know? Like, Christopher says, are you sure? So one last question. I'm going to get into the cards. The U channel saying, can you talk about the significance of the number 50? Yeah, 50 is you. It's me. It's the Tin Man. 50 is the element tin on the periodic table. Ready Player One equals 50 in numerology. See, the correlation of the 50, and I found all this at 50. I'm 50 right now. 50 in Spanish. You know, 50. This whole year has been a big time truth reveal for me because I'm 50. This is where I found all this stuff. The Tin Man in The Wizard of Oz. What was the Tin Man looking for his heart? That's exactly what you're doing. You're looking for your heart. You're looking for love. You're looking to fall in love. You're looking to make something out of love. You're looking to build a business, a corporation, to hump, to screw, to make babies, play the game. The Tin Man. 50's tied to Jupiter, which has the great red spot on it, which just may be the one thing that's observing this reality. But I know it's not real, right? Oh, everything up there is just an illusion. Well, shit, I'll pull a telescope out and I can show you Jupiter. It's just as real as you and I because I can see it. There's no way there will not be one single person that can say with absolute certainty that what you see through a telescope or a lens of a camera, through the sky, through the canopy, there's nobody that can prove it and say it's fake. That's your opinion. I mean, is this fake? This water? Is that real? And you know what you're going to say? Well, yeah, you're holding the water bottle. What's different about me holding the telescope, looking up there, and I can see Jupiter with the great red spot on it? What's the difference? Well, because you can't touch it. You can't touch me right now. Am I real? So have I decoded Freddie Mercury? I have not. No. What if you can't have children or sex? I'd consider you lucky. No such thing as luck. Why do I say that? Folks, I'm just having fun here, right? Some of you have kids, so I'm not poo-pooing on that. I get it. Kids are amazing. You find me at a party, I'm hanging out with the kids. I'm giving horseback rides. Like, it's a lot of responsibility. You know what the biggest game changer out of them all in life is? Humping. Screwing. That's what changes everything. You meet somebody of the opposite sex, and you become friends, great. But once you screw, that's it. Changes everything. It does. Changes everything. So if you take that off the stage, if you take that option off the stage, folks, there will be a lot more relationships in this world that will be much more loving and fruitful. But because of sex, you have a lot of bitterness, you have a lot of anger, you have a lot of jealousy, a lot of insecurities. Now, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying in the context of what I'm saying here. Sex and humping and screwing changes everything. And that's what drives this game. Why are orgasms like the greatest feeling in the world? What's the purpose? Why would you create that? And again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with this. I'm not poo-pooing on it. I'm not belittling it. I get it. I know, for me, I know how this game works. I can see the machinations of how this game works. And it's absolutely glorious and beautiful. But I also see the traps. I can see how somebody would say, like Elvis says, I'm caught in a trap, or we're caught in a trap and I can't get out because I love you too much, baby. He may be singing it to a chick, but it was about life. Take the context of the woman out of it and just bring it into the context of the game of life. We're caught in a trap. I can't get out because I love you too much, baby. What do you love too much? Life. That's what you love too much. Then you bring in the correlation of sex and humping and screwing and procreation. Well, I get it. Folks, I think if you can go all the way back, this, some of you, it may be a long time, but go all the way back to when you first fell in love. And you could, like, you're going on a date and you get the butterflies. You know, you ladies, you change your outfits 20 times. Maybe you guys may have done that too. Change your outfits. Maybe you spray on some perfume. You're like, oh, that doesn't, I'm going to go take a shower, wash it off, put some other stuff on. Why are you trying to, what are you doing to impress? You take 5 hours to get ready for the date. Why? Procreation. I know it's on your mind. I know, come on, folks, we got to be real about this. We know what's on the mind of us as human beings. Think about when you go on that, the first time, and you fall in love. And it's lust that drives you anyway. It ain't love in the beginning, it's lust. People say, oh, it was love at first sight. Come on, it was lust at first sight. And then you fell in love. So you go all the way back to when you first, the last time, that first kiss. Like you're thinking, like, should I do it? Should I do it? Like you want to kiss the person and you don't have the courage to do it. It's not the right moment, but you really want to do it. And then you call into work sick the next day because you want to spend the time with the person again. You do these crazy things you would never do. That's what we do for love, to screw. That's lust. And then, yeah, I get it. You have the love thing. I get it. Because then you fall in love and then forget it. And then 2 years later, you're freaking got a police report and you're calling the cops. Some of you got restraining orders and shit like that. What the hell happened? Take the person home. I've never taken anybody home to meet my parents. And you're just feeling so special. And then 2 years later, you're calling and getting a restraining order. It's just funny. Okay, so let's pull some cards and get the hell out of here. Yeah, some of you, it's like from wedding bells to freaking police sirens. That's what it goes to. From a marriage certificate to a restraining order. That's love. Oh, shit. All right. This reality is funny. That's what you got to be. Hey, I'm just trying to be stand-up comedian, be funny here, folks. It's just because it's a damn joke. The good things in life are the bad things for you. The best tasting foods are the worst things for you. The worst tasting things are the best things for you. Think about that. Why was it designed that way? The herbs and roots that heal you taste like ass. And then the best things the greatest things of taste are the worst things that clog your arteries and kill you. Why? But life's amazing. That's why you just got to laugh at it. Like, why would you set up a system like this? All right, anyway, let's pull a couple of cards and get the hell out of here. So I'll start with this fast move. Something's coming in quick. Something coming in hot and heavy. This is lightning in a bottle. Something's coming in really, really fast. Let's see what that really, really fast. Something's coming in fast. Well, what's coming in quick? Let's see. So what's coming in fast for everybody? Eight of Wands. This card right here is tied to the simulation. It's tied to Ensof. If you're a fan of the Kabbalah system, it's tied to Ensof. So what's coming in hot and heavy for us? Give us a sign. What's coming in hot and heavy for us here? Well, we got the Eight of Diamonds. We got the Eight of Pentacles, card 72. So something like, this is tied to Lucifer too, by the way. Straight up. Remember, it's the Phoenix. Oh, we were talking about the Phoenix. This is 19 is the 8th prime number. This is the card number 8. So I mean, it's a ways off from predictions and all that kind of stuff. I mean, like I said, my 2038, 2042. But we have the Eight of Wands and the 2 8s. Something coming in fast, and then the Eight of Pentacles. Typically, it's a card of like working hard, et cetera, et cetera. But let's see. Third card. The Queen of Dreams. This is a card of NASA. NASA's founding date, September 29th. Queen of Hearts. Queen of Hearts is tied to the binary system. Queen of Hearts is tied to the rabbit going down, following the right rabbit. Let's pull a couple more. No idea what this is going to right now. What else you got? It's card 49, down in a hole. So we have some energy moving down. We even have the moon here, down into the hole. All right, what's coming in? Let's see. So we have some Hierophant. We have from the sun. We have the Hierophant. We have some sex energy. Hierophant's typically tied to sex because the 5th house of astrology, where this card sits, the 5th house of astrology is tied to your humping. It's tied to screwing. Spirit into matter, the sun into matter. Tool, pneuma, sun becoming. All right, let's get a couple more. I have no idea what this is. What are you trying to tell us here? So then you get the Wanderer, man. You got, this is the card of free will. This is the 33rd card in the deck. The word free will equals 33. This is the 33rd card in the deck. This is the Page of Wands. This is the Adventurer. So we have energy coming in quick. It wants to work hard. It wants to dream. And it wants to multiply. And now it wants to go on some kind of adventure. I'm going to do 3, 4, 5. I'll do 7. Do 7 cards. Let's see. See if I can get all the interpretation. So we have the Page of Wands, which is free will. The very little that we have. Next card. And then we have a gift coming in. Card 65. The Ace of Pentacles. See that hand? It's like, I got something for you, baby. The Ace of Diamonds. This is tied to the Ace of Diamonds, which is the pyramid, the Great Pyramid of Khufu, which I have said so many times. That pyramid, man, is running something down here. It's tied to the Great Pyramid of Khufu. Card 65, Son of the Warning. This is tied to Lucifer as well. So many cards tied to Lucifer. It's insane. The Light Bringer. And then the 7th and final card for this. What's your question 69? Oh, it's the card of the Christ. It's the card of you. It's the card of being a human being. This is the card of December 25th, right around the corner. Christmas time. What does Christmas time mean? Celebrating what it means to be a human being. Just like those of you that partook in celebrating Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving should be every day. But I get it. You've been programmed and you're habitually programmed on celebrating on that very one day, Thanksgiving. And what does Thanksgiving mean? Well, I broke it down. You know what it means? You're celebrating your life in duality. That's what it means. So you just partook in celebrating duality. You celebrated duality on Thanksgiving just a couple days ago. That's what it really means from the layers that I've looked at. All right, so what do we have here? We have fast movement coming in, working hard as a dreamer, but it wants to create something through free will. There's a gift coming in, and the final resolution of all this here is coming through the lens of a child. So I would say, ladies and gentlemen here, since we have some fast movement energy and it wants to work hard, it truly does, but it needs your imagination, and it needs your imagination to manifest. And it wants to manifest through going on some kind of an adventure. And on that adventure, you're going to find some kind of gift. And that gift wants you to manifest through the lens of, what do you want to be when you grow up? So the total, let me add these up. So the total message here that I see is, for all of us, is to, tomorrow when you wake up, and I hope that this entire broadcast has given you some kind of insight of maybe just saying, you know what? Yeah, I'm not going to tune into that mainstream ruckus anymore. See, when somebody asks you, like somebody asked me about Kirk Hammett. Somebody mentioned Kirk Hammett having this Pray to Satan shirt on, and I'm like, I don't know, I didn't see nothing. Like, if your answer's like, I didn't know, you're better off. If your answer can be like, I didn't hear that, I didn't see that, that means you've disassociated yourself from the mainstream. Congratulations. If someone has to tell you, yeah, did you hear about such and such? And you're like, no, that's a win. But if somebody says, did you hear about such and such? You'll be like, yeah, I did. That's a loss. That's how I view it. So if you want to win, if you want to have DNA activation upgrades, when somebody asks you about something that's happening on the mainstream and you be like, I have no idea what you're talking about, that's a win. You're winning. But if you can have a conversation about what's going on, about what their ideas are, about what they're if you can have a conversation, that's a loss. You're losing because you're giving your prana and your energy away. That's my opinion, though. Okay? 72 and 30. So I have 296 for the total. So if 296 is meaningful to you, if that number resonates for you on the day on the let's see, the day on the calendar, that would be that will be October 22nd or 23rd. That's what these cards all lay out. These are all subtle clues, but October 22nd and 23rd, that'll be the King of Hearts or Queen of Hearts, those two cards. So if those have any play in your life, then it's something for you. But it clearly, the energy coming in wants to work at a dream. It wants to manifest through some kind of adventure. And when you go on that adventure, there'll be some kind of opportunity to come your way, but you must live through the lens of being a child again. How do you become through the lens of a child? Stop paying attention to the lens of an adult. Don't do adult things anymore. Stop doing adult things. Start doing kid things. Like that's what like I said, like, what do I do? Like people ask me, what do you do for fun? Besides decoding, I'm out feeding the stray cats, petting them, giving them love because they don't get any love. The dogs, I'm feeding the Tohonas. I'm watching feeding the raccoons, going to the beach. I'm trying to be like a kid again. Like this. I don't want to do adult stuff. But again, this is coming from the lens of my life, folks. Like this is me being somebody who lives a life of, I live a life of minimalism. But that's just how I live, All right, let's get one card of illumination, and we're going to call this a wrap. Start playing one of my songs here. This is TINLICKER. This song's called Be Here, Be Now. I'll get a copyright on this, but whatever. It's more about the entertainment. Don't care. Promoting this guy, TINLICKER. He's a DJ. It's a cool song. So one card from the Cards of Illumination, and then I'm going to wrap it up. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks everybody for joining in. This has been a fun transmission. Maybe 4 hours? I don't know. I didn't think I was going to go this long. All right, so one card to kind of summarize all this. Wow. Not only did I pull 296 for the total of the tarot cards, which is tied to the King of Hearts, which is tied to October 22nd, because that's 296th day of the year. But then we just pulled the King of Hearts to summarize all this. And you know what this means right here, ladies and gentlemen? Love, man. Looking for love. This is the King. This is the 13th card in the deck, tied to Jesus. If you watch my Beast Decoded, the Beast Decoded, that's the sun. Tied to the constellations, the zodiac signs, tied to this guy right here. You know what this guy's tied to? The Tin Man. It's going to correlate into the King of Hearts, which is the 50th card in the deck. This is the King of the Sun. This is the King Spirit. This is the King of Spirit coming down here to play the game called life, and it wants to create through the lens of a child. That's what the tarot cards were saying. So what is it going to take for you to do that? Well, you got to stop being an adult. You got to stop being an adult. Stop doing adult things. Now, I'm not saying, don't do your responsibilities, but I'm saying is besides the responsibilities of your life, stop freaking paying attention to what adults pay attention to. All the distractions in the world are stopping you from being a child again, living a life of nostalgia. That's what that Six of Cups is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a fun ride. I'm going to let this song play a couple times. I'll let all of you do the chat thing, so have some fun with that. But ladies and gentlemen, I'll put the images back on here, and maybe you'll get inspired. But that's all I got for today, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Logan, Decode Your Reality. Until next time, we will see you later.
Like a dreaming old reflection, a window straight to heaven now. If we had more time, would we make it count? Like a dream, my dear brother, half the world away from each other now. If you could be here, would you hear me